Peggy 16.
Don't mind, can't cut you. Sleeping dogs won't bite. Something creaking above you in the attic at night. I drop everything and I start wandering and spellbound. I lose sight of a picture, spinning wheel cries for me to break my finger. Spellbound, I lose sight of a picture, spinning wheel cries for me to break my finger, for me to break my finger, for me to break my I thought things might get better, that I needn't worry no more. but it's down to the letter. Who put that door in the wall? I drop everything and I start wandering like spellbound. I lose sight of the picture, spinning wheel cries for me to break my finger. Spellbound, I lose sight of the picture, spinning wheel cries for me to break my finger, for me to break my finger, for me to break my like spellbound. I lose sight of the picture, spinning wheel cries for me to break my finger. Spellbound, I lose sight of the picture, spinning wheel cries. Like spellbound, I lose sight of the picture, spinning wheel cries for me to break my finger. Spellbound, I lose sight of the picture, spinning wheel cries for me to break my finger, for me to break my finger, for me to break my time until it's gone. It's alright until it's long. How many times will I leave this song when my hair gets so long? Plenty time until it's gone. It's alright until it's long. How many times will I leave this song when my hair gets so long? Plenty time until it's gone. It's alright until it's long. How many times will I leave this song when my hair gets so long? Plenty time until it's gone. It's alright until it's long. How many times will I leave this song when my hair gets so long? Give me time until it's gone. It's alright until it's long. How many times have I looped this song when my hair gets so long? Plenty of time until it's gone. It's alright until it's long. How many times have I looped this song when my hair gets so long?
Motherfuckers said and irritating me. Fuck up, I said that out loud. When it comes to certain people with no brain, not trying to trust me. I've been trying to be myself into toxic society, but I can seem to fit in when I'm part of Generation Z. Cause I'm dead, already in my head. I'd rather stay this way than give them what they really wanted. I'm gone, if this is what I get. I'm gone, you'll find me when I'm dead. I'm running down from all the stupid shit. I pass out on the floor, not in my bed. I'm lost, just find me when I'm dead. Copycats, nothing really special. Just kids have no idea how to be them just with someone else. Fuck that, it's not that complicated to be yourself and not just steal somebody's piece and ID. You don't wanna have another clone of you that sucks. You won't hear except the same way how I keep myself. So take that, cause I'm not for the fact that this has a glitter is fucking creepy and to obsess. I'm gone, if this is what I get. I'm gone, you'll find me when I'm dead. I'm running out from all the stupid shit. I pass out on the floor, not in my bed. I'm lost, just find me when I'm dead. Find me when I'm dead. Find me when I'm dead.
drink some gas so we can play real fast. And then you better hold on to all of your ass. We're gonna crush this show, just a few more steps. Nothing says rock like meticulous prep. So get ready to be ready, to get ready, 'cause we're almost about to rock. We're gonna chill your spine and blow your mind all into time. Now get ready to be ready, to get ready.
Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready to get fucking destroyed? We are nearly prepared to begin preparations for our final sound check of the evening, so please file out of the auditorium while we reset the stage. Thank you.
For those about to rock, please hang tight while I find my socks. Gonna crack your skull like an aftershock. Just gotta call my broker and sell some stocks. So get ready to be ready, to get ready, 'cause we're almost about to rock. We're gonna melt your face through time and space at an appropriate pace. Get ready to be ready, to get ready. Now get ready to be ready, to get ready. Now be ready to be ready, to get ready.
And welcome everybody once again to another stream with the one, the only, the puppy that takes no time to spawn in because I opened OBS earlier to make sure things were gonna work. Hello. How we doing? How's it going? How we feeling? That was a voice rip on that one. Holy shit, that wasn't even a crack. That was... I gave my heart and soul to these fucking things. How's everyone doing today? Hi Badger, hi Vorkson, hi Jotaro, hi myself, hi Maniacal, hi Hollowed, hi Shadow, hi Mandy, hi Badger again, hi Champion Bob, hi Maniacal again, just going all the way up the list. I think that's everybody. Okay. Whew. God, I fucking full send on those. My word. Alright. So YouTube's problem seems to have been fixed, thank God. That was annoying yesterday. I mean, it was a blessing in disguise, because, hey, finally got to watch Lord of the Rings with you fucking nerds. Hell yeah. One of my most favorite film series, like, ever. So that was pretty cool. And we also got to watch A Knight's Tale. That's pretty good. Tried to play Ultra Kill earlier with the new fraud. Gives you a migraine. Oh, yeesh. No, thank you. I haven't even made it that far in Ultra Kill, so I don't know. But yeah, I'm glad that the YouTube issue is done. You know, it gave us a nice off day yesterday, but that's why we moved over stream to today. Usually I wouldn't be streaming today, but I am today. And also it gave me some time to write and think and peripheral. What's the word? I don't know what the word is. Also, a huge thank you to Hollowed for funding the purchasing of the brand new Stream Deck that I bought today. I finally picked one out. Hooray. It has 18 buttons, which is pretty cool. It's got like 15 screen ones and then 3 regular ones. Like 3 just like kind of buttons, but they're all programmable apparently. Pretty good reviews, which is good. Should be here tomorrow. Which doesn't mean I'm going to immediately have things ready for it, but I'll be able to play with it and get it figured out and going, yeah. Which is cool, because I have plans for how I want to start changing the model around a little bit and different toggles and things like that. Don't worry, the sneezing toggle will still be here. I think that'll be one of the... I'm not joking. I actually had to cough there. I think that will be like one of the non-screen buttons. I have ideas for arms. I have ideas for facial expressions. I have a bunch of things ready to go. which is cool, which is really cool that that's a thing. And also what's really cool is that on top of it being 18 buttons, it is 18 buttons that do not usurp my numpad, which is cool. So technically, I will still have my number pad as a way to toggle different things, but I might just use those for like more general toggles or something like that. I don't know, but I have more options, and more options brings you more entertainment apparently. So that's pretty cool if you ask me. So that'll be here tomorrow. I'll be working on adding things to the model over time, and I will just keep them secret until they pop up and need to be used. Or I do the thing that I usually do and can't keep a surprise and just fucking tell you. I do that too. In other news, I will address the, well, not really, it's not exactly, the bunny in the room, I guess, which is new comic idea. Is not a new comic idea. It's actually the same comic idea that I had forever ago, with some minor tweaks and some rewrites to get me out of a hole that I was in. So I'll take a sec just to talk about it a little bit, because, you know, that's just what I do. I mean, I said I can't handle surprises. But as always, and as I did say last night in the very late night ping at like 4 a.m., I'm so sorry. I was up really late last night doing stuff. As I said in that, anything that I say, don't listen to it. Don't listen to anything that I say. Only listen to stuff that gets added into the actual work or anything that I actually manage. I just like sharing my thought process on things so that you guys know where I'm coming from most of the time, sometimes, kind of. So I'm going to pull it up. What is it? Where is it? Comic posts. Here we go. So I went back to the old run of Paladin, which is Alyce being like a delivery girl kind of thing. And then she gets tasked with delivering the magic sword to Person. And then on the road home, like on the road there, she gets access to it and starts using it and yada yada. Now originally, because it was still titled Paladin, the way it was supposed to work is that the sword was going to operate off of like an oath. You know, which was the bit that I can talk. It was supposed to work off of an oath that was going to open the comic being like, live by the sword, die by the sword, blah, 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 blah. And then like the sword was one part of like a whole armor set, and it was wielded by some ancient dude who was doing like warfare stuff. And then, like, you know, the enemy faction is after it, yada, blah, 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 blah. Right? That's the whole point of it. But I've changed that, and I've gotten rid of the oath aspect of it, which may make it a little less paladin-y, but she still serves, like, a god kind of thing. Which is the major change, is that the sword is a direct tool from a god, which is cool, and definitely cool. The crystal itself that was being researched, that she then breaks and then gets the sword, is like meant to house it and like keep it entrapped. And then it was a stolen crystal, and the sword's like, it's basically the master sword. Is the only like other way I can describe it, where it's like, oh, this is the sword that banishes evil or whatever, and there's a dude doing evil shit, and the one thing that can like stop his master plan is the sword. So of course he seals it away and is like, nope, nobody can touch it, and then it gets stolen, but nobody knows how to work the damn thing. The crystal is unbreakable, impenetrable, gives off no magic. It's just a crystal, and it just so happens that Alyce is able to break it, because actually I did that thing that I do, you know, when I'm like midway teaching and then I suddenly go quiet and I'm like, fuck, the thing I'm teaching is not the thing that I'm doing, damn. So I did that last night when we were watching Lord of the Rings, where actually I was talking to Hollowed mostly about the rings corrupting power, and how power throughout all of the Lord of the Rings is the main like villain. It isn't really Sauron, it's the idea of power, and how power corrupts you, and evil corrupts you too. It doesn't create anything. It just takes what is already good and well in the world and just ruins it a little bit, which is the same vibe that I kind of want to go for Paladin as well, which I think is actually a kind of a cool theme. And it kind of works to a lot of the plot beats that I wanted to have happen in it as well, which is neat. So the way, again, I'm mostly just talking my head off here. None of this is a thing until it's in the comic, but it's planned to be in the comic. We'll see how that goes. And obviously today we're working on Alyce's reference sheet. We want to finish that, and then I want to try working on the next page a little bit too. I bit off a lot more than I can chew by having a full like roster shot of the 3 like dark armored knights and their horses, and I'm getting like scared just trying like wanting to draw that. I'm a little spooked, so I gotta chip away at that slowly. And then also going forward, I do plan to have like 2 to 3 pages done per week, rather than aiming for like 5 pages today, 4 pages tomorrow, 5 pages the following day. Like I kept doing that to myself, and that burnt me out pretty damn quick. I think I gotta take the proper lessons from Vanguard, which is slow and steady wins the fucking race. So that's how that's gonna go forward. But point being is that the way that I want it to work, and the way that I'm working with it, is that Alyce is much like a hobbit, which is weird to say. That she doesn't have, or like, unlike a human, like, again, like when I was talking to Hollowed yesterday and everybody about like Lord of the Rings, is like, humans are ambitious creatures. They're naturally ambitious. They want, their short lives give them like a sense of mortality that causes them to grow fast. They need to do things. They need to get value out of their lives. Otherwise they're bleh. You know, and I feel like that's true for most people. But if, say, an item came along or some kind of magic came along where it's just the insta dopamine button, right? Where it's like, oh, all of your wants and desires, if you hit this button, can be had. Hit the button. And it's like, oh shit, why wouldn't you hit the button? Right? Like, why wouldn't you hit the button? Well, because if you want something, you're going to hit the button. But if you're just happy with your life, you know, you don't really need to hit the button. Which is why Alyce does not need to hit the button. And why she actually gets chosen by the sword, which is cool, is that Alyce is, by and far, a pretty like relaxed character. All she really wants is freedom. Very, very Aaron Yeager freedom haver over there, just not insane with it. But she doesn't want power. And much like Frodo at every turn, where he's just like, I don't want the ring. I don't want the ring's power. I will give it to somebody else. She's very open to give the sword away. She doesn't want it, but she's kind of the only person who can use it, and it's kind of up to her and her like morals to go be like a good person, which is different from most of the people who have been trying to get the sword, which is most people that want it for warfare. Like, oh, we need it to win this war. Oh, we need it to protect our people. Oh, we need it for this. Oh, we need it for that. Alyce doesn't need it, and that's why it chooses her to begin with. And bada bing, bada boom, there you go, there's your plot. So that's where I was last night when I was writing. I'm like, damn, that was just like a good, because I was writing around the sword mostly. And I'm like, okay, how do I get like a magic sword into her hands? And then how do I make her like more interesting than just like a regular monster hunter? Because I used to do that all the time, right? And usually when there's like monster hunting on the docket of like an adventure story or whatever, it goes the route of like, oh, they're hunting for, something. There's some grander narrative going on that they're looking for. And that's the bit that I was struggling with for a hot while, is like, what the fuck does she want? And that was my big problem, is like, she doesn't really want anything. Alyce is a very ambitious character, which is weird. That she is the way that she is, but she doesn't want anything in particular, you know what I mean? Which led to a problem with writing, where it's like, well, if she doesn't want anything, there's no adventure, there's no like push out the door. And there's things that I try to avoid writing wise that are like the easy things to care about. I don't want her to go save a princess. I don't like those. Well, I do like those kinds of stories, but I don't want that for her, because her love interest is supposed to be Silica, who is just meant to be like a regular person with like a job. That's kind of their dynamic. And then same thing goes for like dead parents. It's like, well, no, I don't want to kill off her parents. I don't like doing that. It's been done a bajillion times. There's exile from the village that like works too, but usually that like they still have to want something. I was thinking a lot of like Princess Mononoke in that regard, where it's like, oh, she has to go on a quest for something, but it's like, how do you know, that goes back to the one idea that I had, where like she lives in a village in the north, they get attacked by a knight, everybody dies, but then that like bakes in dead parent and fucking like exile from the village, which again, I don't like those. I prefer in narratives when like the call to an adventure is like a choice, you know what I mean? Instead of it being like an act of God thrust onto the main character, where it's like, hey, here's a thing that like happened to you, you have to go deal with it now. Which is very like, what is it? Like Lord of the Rings. Again, we watched it last night, so that's probably why it's so fresh in my mind. But in Lord of the Rings, like Frodo taking the ring to Rivendell is kind of like the first goal, and even he doesn't want to do it, but only he can kind of do it, because he can't give it to Gandalf because that's a risk, so he has to go transport it, and he does, and of course things go wrong, and then he decides ultimately, hey, I'll take the ring to Mordor. I'm cool with doing that. Which is his choice. That's his choice. It's not like his dad got murdered, or his aunt and uncle got murdered or whatever. And then he's like, well, because they're dead, I don't have anything tying me here anymore, so I have to go on this wacky wild adventure to Star Wars. Which is, you know, neither here nor there. I like Star Wars, don't get me wrong, but like Star Wars starts with like Luke just going on the wacky adventure because his parents died, so he doesn't have any like familial ties, and also he's being hunted by the fucking by the Sith or whatever because of the droids or some such. But yeah, I don't know. I like tropes, but I don't like tropes at the same time. It's a little weird. It's weird. So I also like the idea of her being like a regular delivery girl, just off on her doing her thing, and she just wants to be able to leave the city that she grew up in, which I think is, you know, something that a lot of people can also kind of relate to. That's another thing, is like relating to a character, but not through like quirkiness or like, haha, look at them, they're so goofy. Oh, they're just like me. They're absent-minded and have ADHD. Ooh hoo hoo. It's like, no, it's like the bigger dreams and the bigger wants that kind of make sense. It's why everybody in a Disney movie is always like an outcast. You know what I mean? It's easy to feel like an outcast, and then it's easy to make a character feel like an outcast and then show them being like rewarded for their outcastishness. And I think that's the same thing for Al, where she's, you know, she's good-natured, she's fast on her feet. She's a little lax in the responsibility department. That's something I will slap her on the wrist for later. But yeah, overall, I think, and she's not, I don't want to say she's a flat character, but I feel like she works better when it's her choice to go on the adventure than having it be thrown on her. Because she's the one who's like, I'll deliver the thingy. I'll go deliver the MacGuffin. And yeah. I'm just rambling at this point about dumb, stupid story ideas and junk. We'll get to art in just a second. But yeah, and also because I think this was like the first comic run that I was actually kind of happy with consistently. I'm looking through it again. I did go back, as I did mention in the big late night post, that I adjusted a few pages and panels here just to change them up a little bit. But yeah, I think it's like the first one that's pretty good. We got about 9 pages done, which is pretty healthy. And I'm just hoping that my art can hold up. I feel like that's another aspect of it, is that like if I was burning myself out doing art like I have been, where I'm doing like 5 pages a day, I'm gonna get cooked. But this, I just gotta work at it, you know? That's all I gotta do. Take 1 page at a time. And that's really the goal, is just like 1 page at a time, unless I'm like in a fucking flow state and I can get a second one done, or a second one super easy. I'll probably do that as well, but I'm gonna aim for mostly like 2 pages per week, and we're gonna start with a page tomorrow, or today, one of the two. But yeah, and I'm trying to think if there's anything else I gotta talk about during the little monologue part of stream. I can't think of anything. Tomorrow's stream, I don't know what we're gonna be up to, frankly. As much as I do say art or just like finishing a comic page beyond a comic page, I don't know. We are again hitting like World of Warcraft's midnight release. And I don't mean midnight release like it's releasing at midnight. I mean like the expansion is called Midnight, which is happening right now. Actually, early access to Midnight is going on in this moment right now. Because they said at like 3 p.m. PT time, PST. So it's probably out in like 8 minutes. But I don't have early access to it. I just have like the base version. So I have access to the expansion when that happens, which is cool. And I do have a sub active, which is weird. But if you guys have an interest in seeing that, I can do that. I can play my Worgen that I've been leveling. I was doing that yesterday when we were watching movies. I was just playing World of Warcraft. But I got my Worgen to like level 23, I think it was, which is not very high. And the max level is like 80 right now. I think it's going to be bumped up to 90 with the new expansion. So we'll have to do that. And then there's like a new race being added too that looks really cool. I know they use like night elf animations, but they look kind of cool. I like them. I also like the night elf animations. I don't really give a shit. What else is there? Is there more? Is there more to bring up? Atlas update today. Also, that's another thing. But it seems like Kisef is mostly doing like tooltips and things. So I don't know how much regular stuff is going to get added in the game, and I don't know how long it's going to take. I'm kind of hoping we see an update next month. That would be kind of ideal for me, because content-wise, but we'll see what happens. And is that it? Is that all I can talk about? I don't think I have anything else to talk about. I'm trying to think. I want to make sure I cover all bases of just like news and things before we get started. No, I can't think of anything. I think we're good. I think we're done. What did we cover? New comic idea. We're doing the reference sheet today. Stream Deck got bought. Model's getting more stuff. World of Warcraft is a thing. Yeah. Talked about the plot of the comic thing. Yeah. I think we're good. I think we're okay. All right, so let me scoot some stuff over and we will get to work. Why not? This button. Ha! I remembered. Alrighty. And let's swap on over. So I already had it open. Here's our lovely reference sheet. I am going to adjust this, the little action shot. I don't really like this posing. I like how I rendered the sword though, but I just don't like this posing. I'm going to change that. I also adjusted over here for narrative purposes. The magic sword will act as the keyblade, basically, where it doesn't need to be present on her. It just kind of gets summoned to her hand, which I think is also helpful for a later part in the story where she goes to an inn, like right after being attacked. And a big weird plot point for me was that she's carrying like a sword. Like, where does she get the sheath from? Does it come in the sheath, or does it just like, you know, like what happens there and all that stuff? So it's just like, no, it's just a magic sword. It disappears after she like fights the first night dude. Good shit. And then she'll have to learn how to use it over time, which I think is cool. And then I forget if I spaced those out during stream or not. And then we have, yeah. I like the turnaround though. The turnaround's nice. I did go back and add the tail to these two shots here. Just for fun. She does have her tail because she is bunny once again. And everything's looking in order and ready to go. So I think we're pretty much set. I'm gonna try and just use my regular pen, which is my 3.3 pen. I know you can't really see it because it's covered by the jar. But I have been experimenting lately with like using what is it? Thicker pen line art. Just to see if I like it more. And I kind of do, but I kind of also don't really notice a difference. I don't know. For me, a big thing that I want to do is like try to improve my line art a little bit. I feel like it's lacking in some degrees. And I think that's mostly just because like I need to start playing with like the sizing of stuff over time. And maybe even try some different brushes out too. I've been using the same brush for years. Hey Raymond. Let's do... Yeah. I like listening to Freeren's music while I work. All right, let's retouch up this. There it is mostly. I'm gonna duplicate it just so I can keep it. And I'm gonna lower the opacity. I'm happy with most of it. I'm just not happy with the sword. I think what I want to do to kind of show off that it's like magical is having her hand go like here. Oh, Raymond, you missed nothing. We ended stream really early because YouTube was having an issue, so you're good. Don't you worry. And we go around like that. Just making sure I'm staying consistent. And again, I do really like the sword. How I did that. Let's cut that. I'm gonna... Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna try and, like, redo pretty much all of this. And also I want to give her like a softer expression. She's not as aggressive. No, she should still be looking over here. I wish I cared more to play more Silk Song, actually, now that you mentioned it, Badger. That's my take on Great Blades, like Great Knife from Silent Hill. I like Great Swords. But I like when they're used properly. You need someone to watch you play while you sit in VC. Yeah. I don't know. I know when I played it, and nobody like showed up for that stream. Mostly because people just wanted to play it themselves, which is fine. I get it. Don't worry. But when nobody showed up and it was just like kind of me in like an empty room, I was like, man, I'm not vibing with this game right now. And then for the most part, I saw people after, what is it? Like after it came out, I saw people talk about the same like 5 parts of it, and that was it. You know what I mean? Like with Hollow Knight, I feel like people would talk about actually nothing, frankly. I feel like those games are some of the least talked about games that I've ever seen. Like I see more discourse about fucking Undertale than other people. Like other games like that. I feel like I want the arm down here, not up here like that. Let me undo. I don't want to undo everything that I just did. But I should be able to... Yeah, because it's not on the same layer, thank God. Right. Here, I'm gonna unlock my eyes. Cause like I think, I don't know, most of my experience through games as of late has been like through osmosis, really. Oh, I'm realizing why this looks weird. Her hand is backwards. Where it's like, all right, what are people talking about a game at a given point? I will admit, I don't really spend too much time on like, media sites anymore. I do my best to avoid Twitter like the fucking plague. But like, I don't know. When a game just like isn't talked about, you've seen people talk about 5 particular. Yeah. I know people talk about. At this point, I don't think anybody gives a shit about spoilers for Silksong. Yeah, let me walk it back. There we go. I do think I have to keep it like that. Hey, mouse. Yeah, no, I gotta keep it like that. No, the big thing that's going around right now, I don't even want to talk about it because it's just like how badly it went. But so as many of us know, presumably, Smiling Friends is ending. They're not making any more seasons. I do not blame them. I see their reasoning. I totally get it. I love Smiling Friends. I love Zach. I love Michael. As creators, they do a really good job, but I understand being burnt out, and especially for like an episodic series where all the characters remain flat. I get that they probably ran out of ideas and they don't have anything else that they want to do. So I get it. And they made 3 really strong seasons. Some episodes are better than others, of course. But my water bottle just like got big. Don't want the show to get exactly. But on Twitter, because again, yes, like what I've been doing is I've been looking to see if people have been talking about the comment thing, because like that's where YouTube usually responds, is off Twitter. So I've been looking at Twitter. I should not have done. So you guys know how, like, if you guys have seen Smiling Friends, you know, like the Christmas special was their last episode, and at the very end of the episode, they have a guy that looks oddly like the announcer guy from Frosty the Snowman, literally with the scarf and the hat and the nose and the eyes and the face and everything. And they have him be like, "A very Merry Christmas, except for some people, for a very specific group of people. That you know what I mean, right?" And then Charlie and everybody in the background's like, "Who the fuck are you? What are you talking about? Who are you, guy? What's your fucking deal? Can you leave? This is a private event." Which, again, the whole structure of that bit is that the guy is weird and clearly, like, not welcome there. But then somebody on Twitter made the comment, and I'm so sorry that I have to say this. I'm so sorry. I don't want to. Somebody on Twitter said, "It's really strange that this will be the last joke that they make, and it's about Jews." And everybody in the comments and every single quote retweet that I see of it is people going, "You fell for the joke and you just outed yourself as being anti-Semitic. Good job." And then everybody else in the comments is now defending that, saying, well, it's pretty clear that they were talking about Jewish people. And it's like, no. The joke is that it's meant to make you think of whatever group of people your sick little mind doesn't like. And then, yeah, and then also, again, forgetting the rest of the context of that situation, is that he is then kicked out and aggressively shut down for being a fucking weirdo. Hold on, I have to turn down the music. So, like, how do you get to that conclusion? Because apparently the guy looks like a Gestapo officer, and he has blonde hair and blue eyes, which is clearly a Nazi dog whistle. Which is like, no, what? He's like a almost one-to-one reference of the Frosty the Snowman announcer guy. That'd be like saying Mip is like a stand-in for Irish people or something, because he's short and has brown hair and speaks with an English accent and like delivers a pipe bomb, when in reality, he's just a riff off of the animated Hobbit series, which is most of their shit. Like most of their work is referencing animation, new and old, and like YouTube personalities as well. It's so stupid, but it's like, wow, this is Twitter, is just like open anti-Semitism. Cool. It's like, and look, I can get behind a funny, I can get behind a funny, like, you know, a Jewish joke. My stepdad is Jewish, which is not a safety thing, but he makes like self-deprecating Jew jokes all the time, and it's funny. And my mom does it too, because she really likes South Park. But like, I don't hate Jewish people. If anything, I actually like the Jewish religion more than any other religion around, because it's just kind of a vibe. And their food is really good. And like, everyone who I've ever met who is Jewish is like super nice and super accommodating. And yeah, like I ain't got no reason to hate them just for having a religion. I'm not even fucking religious. But that's like where the discourse is around the ending of Smiling Friends, is their Jewish joke that they made, and it's so fucking stupid. It's so dumb. I don't understand how people are like that. Actually, no, I do understand how people are like that. It is, they have been granted the ability to say whatever the fuck they want without any kind of like repercussions, and total like power over it. Which is silly, but it also coincides with the stuff that Paladin will talk about. Because really, you know, it's one thing. It's always when I do art that I end up like going on these fucking over the top rants about something. It's one thing to like believe that kind of shit, right? But the more important question is like, where does it come from? You know, how do people like have that much hate in their hearts and have that much energy to hate something, and to just be vehemently disgusted and believe that some kind of like grand coup is going on against them? Meanwhile, like another grand coup is like being proven in front of their eyes. You know what I mean? And it's like, I feel like it's just people that don't want to be proven wrong. You know? Like, I can't imagine hating like a group of people. I can't do that. I can disagree with things, but like I can't hate, like, okay, I can hate a group of people specifically, because, you know, when they do evil shit, like, of course. But again, that kind of goes back to the Freerin demon thing. It's like, if you have a group of people who have like a bad history or something, right? And they're trying to turn things around, or they're trying to like better themselves. That's fine. Sure. I think people can learn from mistakes. I think people should learn from mistakes. I think people should absolutely be comfortable learning from mistakes and fucking up. That's totally fine. But I think what ends up happening is like, how do I put it? How do I word it? Guess who she voted for? Oh, I can only hazard a guess. But it's like, how do you word it? How do you put it? How do you word it? How do you put it? If, because again, I'm like referencing Freerin here. If you have like a group of people or entities and their entire goal is to fuck you over, they're bad. If their entire goal is to make their lives better and make your lives worse, that's bad. If somebody else's goal is to make everyone's life better, but they're not going about it like super well, that means they mean well, at least. But the destruction of people, the culling of like population, shit like that, that's not good. I think I need to say that. Us versus them mentality, along with a self-reinforcing system of hate. Yep. I also think what it is that a lot of problems that we kind of face altogether. Has anybody seen American History X before, the movie? That is not one I would show during a movie night. That is not a movie I would show during a movie night. Because that is very, 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 very adult and very, very, very hate-filled. But it's a good example of the kind of power, I guess it is, that like evil people have over youths, and then it's like a cycle in on itself, really. Consider American History X a extracurricular film viewing for those interested. I do recommend it. It is absolutely a very adult and very dark and very disgusting film, but it's dark, adult, and disgusting in the way of saying everything in it is bad. Basically, a synopsis of it is a like a white supremacist is sent to jail for killing somebody in a hate crime. And while he's in prison, he actually kind of realizes, he like has a come to Jesus moment where he realizes how fucked up his actions were, and how weak he actually is, and all these other things like about him, that when he gets back out, he realizes like that the cycle that he's been a part of is like manipulative, and it's against him, and it's to further somebody else's end goals. And like his little brother, while he was in jail, was getting like manipulated by the ringleader. And it's a really good movie. Again, it's very violent, very, very adult. Which, you know, when I'm showing happily like content from fucking Game of Thrones or like any of the other films that we've watched, and I'm just like, oh yeah, brief warning. If I'm actually saying we will not watch it, you should know that it's pretty out there. But I do recommend it. But it's that you have a bunch of people who are scared or worried. They feel weak, they feel empty, they feel lost. And what these groups of people will do is they'll come along and give them purpose. They'll tell them that, hey, all these problems that you have in your life, if you just blame these people, they're the reason you can't do X, you can't do Y. And it's like a never-ending like cycle. I watched a video earlier today because I am actually a little involved in it. In the idea that like conservative men are having a really hard time dating women. Because they get instant, like if they mention that they support Trump or they support any like right-wing ideologies or anything, women immediately jump to, oh, you're racist, oh, you're sexist, oh, you hate women, oh, you like hate us. And they can't handle it. And so they don't blame themselves for literally believing in these sorts of fucking things. Because that's what these people want. That's what these people preach. That's what these people say. There is no working around it. There is no like stretch of the imagination. There is only literal proof of them taking away bodily anonymity, like autonomy, whatever the word is. They like these people hate other people, which is where most of my shit comes from. Is like, I fucking love women. How could I hate women? Like, how do you see a badass woman with a sword and then like hate them and go, ew, a woman and a sword? That's for men only. Girls can't swing swords. And it's like, the fuck? Shut up. What are you talking about? Like, I've never seen people who want to date women more hate women so much. It's so weird. It's so strange. But yeah, of course, like if you're gonna support somebody who outright hates, harms, and is like I'm trying to think of a third word. I can't really think of a third word. Hates and harms like a group of people. That group of people is not gonna want anything to do with you. And that's exactly what's happening. But because that's happening, instead of recognizing their faults, they just double down and they go, well, clearly, you know, this is because they've been like lied to and told that like all these horrible things. So that means like these groups of people are taking something away from me. And it's like, what? No, dumbass, you're just hurting yourself, you goofball. Like, you're doing this to yourself at this rate. Which they can't handle. And that's what these groups of people will tell them, is like, hey, actually, all of your problems, all the things wrong with you, no, that's not your fault. That's not your fault. That's like these people's fault. See, it's because of the gays, who are taking all of the women away from you, actually. It's because of these beta cuck males, that, you know, are whatever are the reasons you can't find a partner. And it's like, no, it's because you're like a racist, sexist piece of shit. Stop being a piece of shit, and maybe like a woman would actually like give you the time of day. Hurt themselves and they're confused. Yeah, literally. But that's why they also value this sort of like earlier idea of America of women not having rights, is because that means that you can have a state appointed girlfriend, or you can have a family member like do all the work for you and like negotiate getting a wife for you or something like that, which is where most of that kind of comes from, you know? And that's why they value this idea of like the trad wife and shit like that. But they can't handle the pressure of being a traditional husband either. Because those sorts of traditions have fallen by the wayside, not because of culture, not because of gay people even, or anything that they want to hate. It's purely because the economy doesn't allow for a single income household to operate anymore. You need a dual income household, which means you should want your partner to have a job, and that would, you know, like that job should be bringing in money. But that means that the woman needs to have a job, which means she can't take care of the kids at home. That's not conforming to gender normative, whatever the fuck the word is. How dare they? And then it just gets worse and worse and worse, and it loops in on itself, and it's miserable, and it's a horrible time. And it's all because these people who are actually in power, and all the people that think you're a fucking idiot, want you to operate and work at the beat of their drum, because it makes their short lives better. Going back to the evilness and ambition and short lives and shit like that, is that most of these people do kind of know that they're going to end up dead. Like, I think, you know, the Twomples and even Elon to a degree, right? They know that they're going to die. And they probably don't give a shit that, like, how they're going to leave the world. They don't care. They weren't built on that. What they were built on is making their very short lives the most amount of fun as possible, because they're rich and they don't have the perception of dopamine, or just like it's why so many people that get like famous kind of lose their morals, is because your dopamine receptors kind of start eating shit, because now those little victories no longer are little victories. You know, like a $20 meal, when you're able to go have like Gordon Ramsay's kitchen every single night because of the amount of money that you make, it's like that's not a little victory anymore. When you have a personalized chef making all of your food because you're just that rich enough to like afford that, you know, you lose that kind of switch in your brain that makes like the little things all the more like rewarding. Same thing with like people. That's why like people who come into money, like from like family members, they have like a really hard time understanding what it means to not have certain privileges, which is where the disparity of like rich and poor kind of gets worse and worse and worse. It's not even necessarily that like there being rich people and there being poor people is like a bad thing. It's the lack of understanding between the two. Because yeah, not everybody is going to be able to be making like bajillions of dollars, and not everybody is going to be able to, you know, survive off of like ramen every week. But there used to be like a sort of, well, I wouldn't say there is an understanding, but it kind of just like, oh, what's the word? Oh, there's a word for it. I don't know. Realistically, we've just kind of hit a point where the rich have gotten so rich and fat they can't comprehend that they have people underneath them that rely on them to begin with. It's where AI is becoming a problem, as we all know. It's because they don't have the human element to it anymore. They just have like money. Money, 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 money. Money. They're all just Mr. Krabs, really. But at least Mr. Krabs occasionally learned his lesson. I say occasionally, not always. But yeah, it's just, it's easier to have us infight than it is for us to realize who the real the real problems people are. It's the dark cult operating behind the scenes, doing all the dark magic shit while we, you know, infight over land and concepts and ideals. Number must go up. Exactly. But the thing is that number can't go up if people don't have number to spend, like, their own numbers to spend, you know? The economy all has to work together. And that's the thing I don't think people really recognize. The housing market is going to eat shit if new houses can't be built. And if new houses can't be, like, if houses don't exist, then there can't be housing for people who cut trees. If no trees can get cut, that means that there's no lumber positions, like there's no lumber jobs. If no lumbers, that means no houses can go built. So that means nobody can buy a house because no houses are being built. I swear, some of these fucking politicians should play City Skylines or some shit. And be like, oh, I do need a fireplace, like a fucking firehouse for my city. Otherwise, things are gonna go to shit. But that's the thing, is like they don't recognize it. Higher than they started, they don't care. Exactly. Because it doesn't matter who's on the bottom, all that matters is who's on the top. Which is truly a shame. It kind of sucks. I mean, I'm experiencing it right now. I'm trying to find a fucking job and I can't, because everywhere is hiring. Everywhere is hiring now, but that means that there are thousands of applicants. One person can't, like, cycle through thousands of applicants. No. What do? They fish out to AI, and then AI is like, none of these people qualify. Because they don't hit the buzzword that I need them to. So therein, we're just not going to hire them. Everywhere is hiring, nowhere is hiring. And God bless Puck as well. Because she's been trying to help me as best she can. But, like, she got hired back before COVID. So she's operating on a pre-COVID notion of getting a job. Which back then was really easy. I was able to get, like, any job that I wanted, pretty much. I interviewed at a bunch of places before I settled on getting the Think Geek job that I always talk about. But that changed. That's no longer how it works. I got radicalized when Think Geek got closed, when we got liquidated. And that was our Christmas gift, by the way. We were told, like, Christmas Day that we were being we were getting liquidated. Which is, like, crazy. Fucking crazy. That it's like a straight up something out of, like, what is it? What's the movie? What's the play? Christmas Carol. Straight out of, like, that's like a Mr. Scrooge thing right there. Only had it for 2 years, so postcode. Yeah. I lose so much of the sketch. I love that job too. Working at ThinkGeek, that was like the best job I've ever had. I felt really good in that position too. I would love to work in something similar, like at a Newbury Comics or something. I think it's just like a New England place. I don't think that's anywhere else. But like everybody wants to work there, and also they don't pay very well. But I do live in Mass, so like minimum wage is like $15 an hour regardless of the position. So technically, regardless of where I end up, I will be making more than I was previously, even with Mass tax being a bit of a bitch. I'm trying to darken up these like curves that happen every now and then. Again, I am in a super lucky position to be streaming and to be able to make money off of this. Super huge shout out to Hollowed, fucking legend over there. But I know that there are people who aren't like me and aren't able to do it, or, you know, aren't able to do it, but aren't lucky enough to be able to like even make an inkling off of it. And it's pretty rough. Hell, even before I started streaming, there was that period of like 2 months where I didn't have a job. And then that's how I got the janitor position that I was working at previously. That obviously didn't go over very well. God, I moved. But we do what we gotta do. As Gen Greymane says, we do what we must. And it sucks that we gotta do what we must in a world that seems to hate us. It's hard to survive when a world just feels like it wants you to die. But like with most things and most stories, you get through the hard part, you get through the rough bit. Someone will come and save the day. Some Luke Skywalker type will show up and do something heroic. And then everything might get a little bit better for a certain amount of time. And it won't stay good. Evil will come back around, it always does. I forget who said it or where it came from, but actually, let me just grab those. Oh, well. Is that separated or is that on it? Trying to see where that paladin bit is written. I think it is just like a part of it. Yeah, it is. Alright, let me do that. Hard times bring about strong, I'm gonna say men, but that's to say like humans. Not, that's the archaic form of man, not the current form of man. And then strong men bring good times breed weak men bring bad times, and then it loops in on itself. Because when you've never known discomfort, it's hard to remember what you've fought for. Which is another thing that we're kind of running into with the rise of not only anti-Semitism, as we see on Twitter in regards to a fucking cartoon show, but also the rise of, you know, fascism. We're seeing it pop up again. It's because these people who believe in this form of government or believe in this form of rule don't understand what they're actually asking for. They don't comprehend the life that they think that they want. They don't realize that it will affect them. They think it will only affect their enemies, not realizing that they are not on the same side as the people who are trying to enact this. And that's the, you know, once again, if we go back to Frieren, that is the cruel joke, is that it is somebody trying to reason with the demons, thinking the demons are on their side, and protecting demons from those who would put them in the ground, not realizing that the demons wholly intend on consuming them and eating them and killing them and subduing them. The demons may beg for mercy, they may plead to your better nature, but they know it's because you will give in because you're weak. And in doing so, give them the power to then get what they want. It's the great thing about manipulators, is that they can turn people around. They can do that. People, so they do understand what used to be. See, you think that, right? You think that, but that's the problem, is that when we hit these times of comfort, we stop caring about it. Also, hi, Lucky. And then it's also a war of knowledge in general. Not everybody wants to learn about, like, what is it? It's like perspective. Some people who exist in this world will look at the Horde in World of Warcraft and think that they are the good guys, actually. They will look at, like, Garrosh Hellscream's Horde and think that they're doing right, that they are the good guys. They will rewrite history however they can to make it seem like it's a good thing. And also, most of the people that we're seeing right now are people who are uneducated. People who have grown up thinking that being educated is somehow a bad thing. I did see a post, I think it was on Twitter, that was really, honestly, a little poignant, which was, they have told you that doctors, like medical professionals, scientists, like scholars, like students of the page, all of these people are wrong and lying to you. Calling into question great men of learning, great women of learning too, all because it furthers their end, you know? And when you're told that these people who are smarter than you are lying to you, how do you go about existing in that kind of knowledge? You know, how do you do that? That's why you still have people that think like the earth is flat. How we still have people that don't believe we went to the moon. And it's really sad because another aspect of that is that they can't believe that like humanity can do anything. It sucks, you know? And I think most of us want to do is just live our fucking lives, do our own fucking thing, make enough money to provide for ourselves, maybe have a family, maybe not, depends on where you are. But for some reason, people really want to take that away from you. Does that mean we're doomed to the same cycle even though we're still a rather young group of beings? Oh yeah, no, we are. It is in life's nature to have conflict. Because in order for me to have something, something else needs to stop existing. It is like the one truth of life, which is really horrible to think about. Because if, let's say that we were a purely vegetarian society, right? Like everybody is vegetarian. Nobody eats meat. Nobody consumes cows. None of that. Well, that means plant life would then be farmed to high hell. And we would be consuming plants. We would be consuming life. Whether that's bad or good, doesn't matter. We're consuming another plant. Let's say we hit a point where we're able to go into space. Hooray, we can go into space pretty regularly. We can expand, we can like explore the stars. And let's say that there is alien life out there, which there probably is, but let's say that it's out there and it is the same level as us. All of a sudden, we have a new entity that we have to contend with. There are finite amount of resources in space, and depending on how much we want to grow and depending on how much they want to grow, it changes a little bit. That is the truth of life, is that we are always in conflict. We will never not be in conflict. Conflict and struggle is purpose. With no problems, we would just have no reason to get out of bed. I mean, yeah. But the thing is it depends on what kind of conflict and struggle. Because frankly, I don't think struggling is like great. I think that the ultimate like goal of life, this is getting like really existential, is that we shouldn't be at each other's throats. We should aim to better all of our lives, to be able to live and exist and do the things that humans want to do, which, as I've said a bajillion times before, is just make art. Humans want to make art. We've made art since before we were like even semi-conscious. That's why cave paintings exist. We desire to hit a point that we can do that. Think of it like, you know what it is? Think of it like Minecraft. Think of it exactly like Minecraft. Minecraft is life, because here's the thing. When you spawn into Minecraft, right, you have no shelter, no home, no anything. You don't have jack shit, right? And you kind of don't have time. I'm mostly talking about Alpha Minecraft specifically. You don't really have time or nor resources nor energy to build anything or make like a mini game or do pixel art somewhere. You don't have those resources off the rip. Instead, you have to get food source. You have to like survive. You have to manage things. You have to set up farms to make it easier to do certain things here and there, like making an iron farm or a gold farm or anything like that. And eventually you do hit this stride of you're no longer under threat. Nothing can kill you. If you need like a resource or any kind of item, you can just go into your mines and be totally safe. You don't really need to put yourself in danger. Same thing with like getting food. You no longer have to worry about food. You can build whatever you want. You've gotten to that point. You're now rewarded by doing whatever you want. And usually that's where people fall off, is because, yeah, people want conflict. People want the danger. People want the like fighting, but the reward can also just be the peace that comes afterwards. Like, people want to make art. That's what we want to do. We want to make stuff. Everybody. But at some point it gets like weaned out of us. Somehow in like our modern society, art exists as this thing not to be necessarily commoditized, whatever the word is. But it exists as this like, oh, you'll never make money. Oh, you'll never be able to survive doing this. Oh, this isn't worth your time. Oh, this isn't worth like putting effort into. And then that kind of mentality carries over to what we're seeing now with the advent of AI, is that AI is meant to do the jobs that we don't want to do, but are necessary for our survival. And for some reason, art is the thing that gets roped into that. That's interesting. That's really interesting that art becomes the thing that people want to use AI for. It becomes the thing that we make movies with. It's the thing that we make, the thing that makes us human. That's fucking weird. And nobody's really talking about it. And it's because all humans want to make art, but art has become this thing that is difficult or requires perfection or requires, years and years of study and will never make you money. Until it does make you money because people like art. But only certain people can make money off of art. And it's also really interesting. We're going to bring it full circle. You ready for this? You ready for this swing? Somebody who was distanced from art is one of the most evil people on this planet. You know who I'm talking about. I don't have to say their name. But they went to art school and they started dictating how art should be afterwards. Isn't that interesting? That part of destroying a culture is destroying art. It's and again, if we swing full circle all the way back around, this is all just to say, as much as there is hate in the world and all this other shit, make art, make comics, write something stupid, write your fan fiction. Who cares? It's human. It's so human to do that. Because you want to know how human it is to do that? That's what the fucking Bible is. The Bible is just fan fiction. It's all just a bunch of stories about people who got to talk to their favorite, like, big sky daddy. It's all stories about this one dude in particular who, like, had all these magic powers and could do cool shit and was, like, super good to people and super nice. Like, make art. Just do it. Just fucking do it. Whether that's making a game, writing something, painting something, making music, it doesn't fucking matter. Art is art. Art is human. Be human. I would say also AI kind of proves that like art has value. But it has like ill-perceived value. Because people look at AI art and go, "Oh, well, it looks really pretty." And it's like that's not the point. It's not the point of art. Art is meant to make you feel something. AI art doesn't make you feel anything. Actually, that's a lie. That's why AI smut is probably one of the most popular forms of AI art, is because that definitely makes you feel something. No, again, I've said it before. I like the Bible. I think the Bible is a great book. It's a great book of morals built for like a people who, you know, freed from slavery, needed something to like keep them with their heads on as they kind of got used to being free. Of course, I get it. Was it mistranslated a little bit? Yeah. Is it like repurposed nowadays for hateful messaging? Also, yeah. But you know, I think it's a fine read, but it's a product of its time. Okay, I did already grab that one. See, but the thing is, when it comes to making art, everybody does it. Everybody does it without realizing it. Because storytelling is an art, right? Telling stories, coming up with stories, totally an art. If you have ever gossiped about drama or otherwise with friends, you've told a story before. And in doing so, you have made art, technically. You've done one of the most ancient things possible. You've probably sat around with friends and talked about bullshit that happened and then recounted events that occurred to you or to somebody else. That's art. You've done it. Everyone's done it. Whether you like making art or do it unknowingly, you've made art before. When you hum, if you whistle, if you enjoy music and you like do your own little bit of it, you're making art. Fuck you. Art is inherently human. It is literally a part of us. It is so deeply ingrained in our DNA that, like, again, cave paintings, art. We've been making cave paintings forever. Hold on, I'm gonna risk a copyright claim, but I'm okay with it. I'm cool with it. I don't need words. I don't need words to explain to you why that's art. I don't need to. I don't need to say anything about that. I think you understand exactly what I'm getting at. And that's what art is. And that's what like AI art will never understand. That's what like tech bros will never understand about art in general, is that it isn't about making a big booba bunny girl. You know, it's not about doing that. Sure, it's a nice addition, don't get me wrong, but that's not what it's about. There's a human element to making art that nothing else can really come close to. And that's why AI art is so soulless, is it doesn't have feeling behind it. It doesn't have purpose behind it. A big thing that I learned when I was in college is, and you'll hear me mention it occasionally because I don't like saying style. I don't like saying art style. I don't like saying it. What I use in stand-in for art style is mark making. Because that's really all that's happening here, is I'm just making marks. I mean, if you know, you look at this whole piece that I've just done, right? Of Alyce like turning around or whatever, right? Here, I'm gonna do a little bit. Let's do a bit. Let's do a teaching bit. We're gonna do a teaching bit. Her hand is made up of marks. And if I isolate just a few of them, like that, or like here and there, and I undo all that, that's what we get. Those are marks. I have decided, me, the dog in front of you, I have decided to put these marks in this orientation. I put a mark there, I put a mark there, I put a mark there, there, right? Mark making. Anyone can make marks. You wanna know how I know anyone can make marks? Because most people can fucking write. Most people can. If you go and you write LOL, you've written something. If you write you've made marks, right? If you've done a little stick figure, not even a very good stick figure, you've made a mark. You know, if you have like a little bubble come out of the stick figure's mouth and be like, hello, congratulations, you've created a little guy saying hello. And most people will be able to look at that and understand what you've done. That's art. It's communication. And it's communication through mark making. Language is an art. Like, everything is art. Which I always talk about it all the time. Every single fucking time. Everything is art. Humans wouldn't be as far as we are if it weren't for art. I mean, one of the most influential periods of time in human history was the Renaissance, which was dominated by, what is it? Art. Does it count as art when you used to make random stuff or stickmen with faces screaming and fighting each other, even though it doesn't make sense when you were young? Yeah, that's art. Yeah. I don't know why you wouldn't think that's art. That's the thing. That's the problem. That's the thing that I try to like smack into people's heads. That's what I'm trying to smack into you fucking dumbass heads. Is that art is everything. Everything is art. Art is in every little nook and cranny that you can believe in human everything. The problem arises when you start asking what is art. Because that's when you're trying to give it form, you're trying to give it definition. You can't really do that. Because then you get into the problem of, well, is art when, you know, you make a wonderful, colorful, beautiful, storylined masterpiece that you see in a museum, or is it drawing like a wee wee on a desk in like 3rd grade. It is is doing the fucking, oh, how do you do them? God, I forget. How do you do these? Is drawing like the stupid S's when you're in grade school, right? It is this shit. I don't know how to do them. I actually never learned. Is this art? You know what? I'm gonna fuck it. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. Fuck it. You know what? I'm gonna show you my favorite film. I'm gonna show you my favorite film right now. Ready? You're not ready for it. You're not ready for it. This is a film called Bird Shit. It's my favorite film ever. You're not ready for bird shit. Are you guys ready for bird shit? No, you're not. I'm gonna stare you down for this one. Fuck you. Fuck you. Is that art or is that not art? I ask you, the viewer. Home Slice just took a fucking a whole shit ton of pictures and put them together in a video editing software, and at some point made them flap wings like a bird out of bird shit on the ground randomly in Japan. Fuck you. Make art. No excuse. You don't have it. You don't have any excuses. If some random guy can make art out of bird shit, so you can make art out of anything. Fuck off. Again, that's my favorite film. I watched that in college. Make art. Fuck you. Hey, you know what? Once again, I will say it because I love saying it, because honestly, it's the best thing to come out of AI. AI has made it so that making something pretty is as easy as clicking a button. So make something ugly. Make something gross. Make something stupid. Make something dumb. Make whatever you want to make. It doesn't matter. Turn on the TV. It doesn't matter what channel. Really going in on her sword. And that's what I do. As I no matter what fucking hate-filled bullshit is going on in the world, I tell you all to go make art. Because it's the one thing. Doesn't matter what state we're in, you can always make art. If you're outside with nothing, you can draw in the dirt. You can make art whenever you want to. There's no excuse. You don't have to be good. You don't have to be bad. You don't have to be anything. You just gotta make something. As long as you make something with feeling, it doesn't matter. Call your 100% plus block long mark. Yeah, that's art. Yeah. Minecraft builds are art. Yeah. See, Maniacal gets it. Temporary art is still art. It's like the sand drawings that they do in like temples in Asia. You know how they do like the super intricate like colored sand art. That's temporary. A gust of wind comes along and takes it away. It's gone. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna do the bit again. We're gonna do the bit. We're gonna do the other inspiring angle of the bit, by the way. I just gotta turn this into a video so I can tap the fucking screen. Alright. I always bring up this one. So nope, because it's small. This one. All right, this is a Jackson Pollock painting. Whether or not you know the name Jackson Pollock, you've probably seen similar fine art like this before where it's just a bunch of goop on a page, right? And to some, they're gonna get angry that it's just goop on a page. They're gonna be like, how is this art? It's just goop on a page. It's not pretty. It doesn't make me feel anything. Ooga booga. And that's how I used to feel too. Until I went to school and I got something called perspective. And that perspective is this idea that Jackson Pollock's work is inherently human activity. Jackson himself did everything that you see here. All of these little splotches and these like thin lines and all these things on this specific canvas. And yes, we may have a picture of it in front of us right now, but there is no world that this painting can ever be perfectly recreated. Never happen. Because it's inherently random. And that is human activity. That's what makes this worth like a couple $1 trillion. And why it's interesting to look at is because this is proof that he was here. That Jackson Pollock is a person and made art, made something. This is his state, like his claim. You can never perfectly replicate this in real life. You never can. And you most likely never will. Monkey with a typewriter, fucking bullshit, of course, you know, typing the entirety of Shakespeare if you have enough of them. But still, this is human activity. And that's what makes this so powerful. You know, it might just be a bunch of gunk on a page, but it's proof that he was here. It's proof that we were here. And the same thing comes up. This one. It's the same thing that comes up when we do this. This is proof that humans were here. And we will never be able to recreate this. Never. Because these people with these hands are gone. And the only thing left behind is the idea that they were once here and they made art. It's the thing that persists. It's the thing that moves on. It's the thing that keeps us tied to history. This doesn't go away. Sometimes it does. Sometimes it doesn't. But that's the thing about art in general, is that it's human activity. And someday it might disappear. The cave may collapse. Rains may take the chalk that you drew on the sidewalk away, but does that mean that you didn't enjoy the act of drawing with chalk? But doesn't that just mean that you can draw something new in that same spot? Is it bad? Even though you worked really hard on it? No. It's only because you got older and life started to get a little more down and you started realizing that not everything is permanent. That your life is energy, that doing things is difficult. That stuff takes time. And when things don't have purpose, you struggle to give yourself a reason to do anything. But that's the big problem. Is that we live in a world where this and the finite existence of making art is not celebrated. It's instead looked down upon. How fucked is that? We, I presume, have all had the experience of drawing with chalk in the fucking driveway. Some way or another. Whether it's at school or at home or something like that. We've probably all done it or seen it or looked at it. And it goes away. It's non-permanent. And then if you gave an adult chalk and said, draw something, they'd go, why would I want to do that? It's gonna rain tomorrow and it's just gonna go away. That's a waste of time. I'm gonna go do something else that's more productive. There you go. There's your problem. Same thing with video games. That's why video games suck right now. Is because people need to feel like playing something or even relaxing to a degree is worthwhile. It's why streaming takes off. Sorry, I'm shooting myself in the paw here. But like, really, it's this idea that your hobbies, your enjoyment, your fun needs to be turned into entertainment or turned into money. Of course, that helps continue the entertainment, especially in the world that we live in, but it sucks that it has to be like this to begin with. It sucks that so many people like lose out on the chance to go to Disney World because people who have turned it into a job to go to Disney World ramp up the prices to go to Disney World because everybody wants to go to Disney World because of the people that make Disney World look really fun to go to because they made it their job to go to Disney World. It's a never-ending cycle. It feeds in on itself. It just eats and eats and eats and eats. Make art. Fuck you. Make pretty blue-haired bunny girls with swords and giant tits that fight monsters and evil dudes because it's fun. Fuck you. That's what all this like boils down to every time. Is just make art. It's the one thing anyone can never take away from you. It's why when AI art picked up, people started saying, pick up a pencil, loser. And it's true. It's the thing that most people kind of forget is that people like they desire so much to like return to being a child. They kind of forget what it meant to be a child. To not have responsibilities, to not be weighed down by this idea of meaning and responsibility. But that's what I try to do here, is remind you guys that art is not some ethereal, unattainable thing just because you look at what I do and you go, man, I wish I could draw like that, but I'll never be able to. It's like, yeah, you fucking can, dumbass. Like, why can't you, silly goose? And somebody will be like, well, you know, you went to college and that means that you're like trained in this stuff and you... No, I'm self-taught, you fuck. College didn't teach me shit besides like additional anatomy junk. And like the names of things and then proving me right that I was doing things right. That's it. And then also like basic understanding of how to get an Adobe subscription. And then also a cheaper Adobe subscription. Which actually hit yesterday. I got charged for my Adobe subscription, so I gotta make a video soon to make up on that. Eesh. I don't know if I want to do the highlights for her. I don't know if I want to do this. I'm thinking this might be the best move. But yeah, make art. Draw shit. Work on that project you want to make. And that goes back to the same thing that I talk about when it comes to like sharing stuff in our Discord and in our communities. Like, I don't want you to share things. Adobe's my animation software and Premiere, my ability to export things into different files, blah blah blah, all that junk. Yeah. Yeah. So when when Adobe announced that they were like gonna close Animate, I was like, whoop. Uh-oh. I got a book. I gotta get out of here. I have been looking into other softwares, but like where I haven't been animating and I'm leaning more towards comics, it's like not that big of a deal. But for video making, I do need Premiere, but also DaVinci is like a thing that I haven't looked into too much yet, which is apparently a free version of Premiere. Badger, did you like working with it? And does it have a green screen? If it has a green screen, it's probably ideal for me. Dun, 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 dun. That's literally the only reason I like using Premiere anyways, is because it has color keying. So when I record things, I can do... Here, I'll show you. I can do... Well, I can't really show you. Hold on. Let's go over here for a second. Where am I? Here I am. Grab that. Go over here. Paste it. Boom. Okay. So this is how I make all my videos, by the way. Is that I record myself in front of a green screen talking. And then what I do is that I edit out the green screen and then I put like gameplay behind me and then I move myself around the screen. That's what I do. So there you go. Little knowledge for you. It's also why sometimes you'll see like artifacting on my model. When I'm talking about something, it's purely because I'm using a green screen and it kind of muddles with some colors occasionally. But yeah, there you go. We'll look behind the scenes there. I've really spent a lot of time on this little like turnaround. I like how sea green the sword actually is when it is meant to be blue. Above that. How about my art tip? Yeah, what's up? What do you need? That is a thing, technically. If anybody submits for it, we can do tonight as well. I don't know if anybody submitted for this week's. Ooh. That looks good. And I'm going to do like a very light gray for the background so it's not beaming through your eyes. What? Oh. There we go. But then for her specifically, I'm going to do foreground, background, and do this kind of like squared off bit. So it does that, which I think is kind of cool. And then I can do text up here. No, I don't do that. I don't tell people how to change like their style or anything. Well, even though I don't like the idea of styles. I mostly look at overall structure. So like, a good example here, I'll show you, right, is like, in a lot of my art, I look at my little toes. I look at my toes. I've got somebody else's ashes in between my toes. And you know, I do like larger eyes and bigger heads and all these other things and anatomical, yada, yada, blah, blah, blah. And even some things like the hands over here. I don't really care about any of that. What I mostly look to angle at is overall improving like your structure. So like here, I would be like, all right, well, let me see what I did here. And I'm like, oh, all right, well, my head is here. Here's my red line. Like my body goes through it. The composition, this is my own art. So I'm going to glaze myself a little bit, but it's like, all right, so like this is where that is. The hips are clearly down here. This leg is where the weight is, so that's good because that's in line with the head. This foot gets to be a bit more out here, which gives the whole pose like a little bit more action. These pleats are not really like going anywhere, so they look a little weird. And then I'd be like, maybe cutting these off would probably be better. Which is true. I would not do that now. And then I would talk about like the background or the contrast of the colors. I'd be like, well, this blue like works with the orange in her nose because it's very muted. And then the highlights looked really nice. And then this yellow background kind of makes the rest of everything pop out more because it's not, it's kind of like yellow and blue kind of go together and work against the tan a little bit, which is nice. And then as it gets darker here, you get into the more darker tones and the earthier tones with the boots. And the blue stands out against the dark green. And then the blah, 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 blah. So I'm like, yeah, blah, blah, blah. And then I don't know if I saw anything like wrong with the posing or anything like that, or like disproportionate or something like that. I'd point it out. Sometimes those things are on purpose. Sometimes those things are like, well, you might be doing something on purpose, but it might be not ideal for you to be doing it on purpose, and it might be harming you overall or something like that. Or I talk about like line quality. It's really like a critique is not Gordon Ramsaying your work, going, it fucking sucks, it's terrible, why'd you do this, fuck you. It's not that. And sometimes if I like someone's work, I just like glaze them for a while and talk about all the things that I do like. Cause that's silly. Like, why am I gonna do that? Oh, I see Hello posted. There you go. Ooh. Hello, stop making cool shit, fucking asshole. God damn. How many submissions can you make? As many as you want within reason. I try to give, I think it's like 15 to 30 minutes depending on like pieces. Yeah, and usually we start at like 8 o'clock, so in about 2 hours we can do those. For now, I need to remember what my font is called. And also too, like if I talk about your work and I say anything you disagree with it. It's art. You know, you don't have to listen to what I say. I don't know if I want to make it that or if I want to do I think the Y looks better when it's lowercase. No, I don't. I mean, it matches the J. What does the J look like when it's not capitalized? Oh, it just loses the cross. Okay. All right. Yeah, sure. Fine. Whatever. Then I need to open Better With Me. Pictures, Paladin PNG. Oh, Paladin. Static. Title? Here we go. Title drop. Maybe it's not. Try to keep it like PG-13 at best. Anything NSFW is obviously out of the question. Because I live look into it during stream, of course. You bit. Work with me. First one I had was like really good. Project Alpha. Boop. All right, let's get this thing down to about the same size, roughly. Actually, I have a good reference point because it's another L directly next to it. I think I resized the L actually. Okay. That should be okay. Well, NSFW doesn't only mean like smut art, by the way. Make sure I get rid of everything that's there. And drop those a little bit and drop the Y a little bit more. That's good. I like that. And then Paladin PNG. Protect alpha, go white. Plop. Duplicate under here. We're gonna do blur. Nope. Still protected. Little more. And then 2, and then 1, and then combine both of them. Very good. And then we'll just... Okay. I don't know what the fuck is over here, but okay. So the font that I use is Underworld. It is it's like a medieval typeface. There's like another variant of it. Actually, it is the exact same font as the title for Goblin Slayer, oddly enough. It just doesn't have the cross in the O or the sword as the I. I have Goblin Slayer up on my desk, so that's why I'm able to immediately know that. But the A is like my own thing. I just modified the A for Vanguard. And then bada bing, bada boom. I kind of did my own little typeface. And mostly I pulled from Hades. I really like the Hades title. And I like the little slash, so I just copied that and did my own thing. And then I pretty much consistently throughout most of my works add the little slashy somewhere. I just think I think slash titles are cool. But yeah, most of these I pull from like free to use fonts, and then I just modify them here and there a little bit. Am I technically allowed to do that? No. Do I give a shit? Also, no. If random guy is gonna find me off the internet to hunt me down for using his font, if he's able to do that at some point, I've made enough money to pay him for his work. What is this? Oh, it's Furin. I feel like the font for Paladin is different. I feel like the P moved over more. Some people that make fonts don't let you like modify them because it like infringes on their copyright or whatever. I say whatever. Like that isn't a crime. But again, realistically, if the person who uploaded it to freefonts.com gets to a point where they realize that their font is being used and they don't want it to be, you've probably gotten big enough as a creator that you're like worldwide well known. And at that point, you just buy the rights outright. This is a thing I've had to like caution Puck towards when she like not necessarily makes like videos or anything, but like when she wants like flyers made or anything. It's like you gotta err on the side of caution because you never know who's looking. You'll never know who's like actually gonna like pay attention. And the last thing you need is some fucking asshole like popping up out of nowhere being like, that's mine. And I didn't say you could use that. Give it. Because God knows they're everywhere. Copyright snakes are the worst. But also I get it on one hand. How much would a font cost on average? Depends on where you look. Sometimes you can buy commercial rights. That'll be like hundreds of dollars. Other times you can buy like personal use. All of the fonts I use are like free. If you just go to like, here, I can show you. If you go to the magical place called the internet and you just do like free fonts. Both of these websites, DaFont and 101 Free Fonts, these two are both good. DaFont is like a little bit better because it'll they have like more stuff and you can like fine tune what you're looking for. So if I want like a cartoony font that's kind of like bubble letters, or if I want like a Chinese sort of inspired font, so like something like that, or Arabic or Roman and Greek, which are very flat letters, or if you want like different kinds of serifs or, you know, things like this. And then you go in and then you can look at them. And then if you go all the way somewhere on these, oh, here we go. Free for personal use. So this means you can't use it commercially. But you can also look up, not here, Dingbat script, basic Gothic techno, somewhere they'll like let you know. Usually over here that I'm blocking, right over here above my head. They'll tell you like free for personal use, free for personal use, free for personal use. A lot of them are free for personal use. Some, can I find an example? Oh, here we go. This one, this classic script up here, this one's 100% free. So you're just able to download it and be totally fine. But if I go find, it's called Underworld. Or Underworld with a space. Black Chancery. Yeah. This one, you can't see it because I'm in the way, so I'll move. This one is public domain. So you can use this one and be totally fine. It depends on what kind of font it is. I try not to pay for fonts because that's stupid. Well, you can use them for commercial use. You just have to pay for the rights for it. That's all. But also, again, no one can really hunt you down for them if you're just like a little baby creator, you know? Or if you're just doing something, again, if you're just doing something for fun, you're fine. But if it's something for like commercial use, it means like it's usually gonna swing pretty hard on like companies, like big companies using you. Like if Google started suddenly running an ad and didn't pay for the rights, that would be in bad faith. So, but when you have the grand ambition of being a worldwide name, and you want to make sure that you don't get screwed over by that, you make sure you use a bunch of free stuff. Even if it includes changing one thing. Actually, the A does kind of come from Hades. Like, it's almost a 1-for-1. You see it? I mean, I changed enough of it that it's like different, but like, yeah. I'm not slick with it. But Hades' logo is so cool. So I had to. Mine's different enough. I've got the 2/throughs because it's I have 2 A's. And then just like the A is copied over, and that's all. I'm not happy with her eyebrow. The more I look at it, the more I'm like, not vibing with that. As much as I wanted her to have a softer expression, I think I need her to be like more focused. There we go. That's a bit better. And I think she's looking like too far away, honestly, as well. I'm gonna delete that because it's just the eye whites. Give her a big pupil. That's good. A little lighter on the blue. Yes. A little less, a little less, a little more. There we go. And then just for fun. And then we'll duplicate, and this one we will add. This one we will blur. There we go. That's not bad. there. Oh. Technically, I do want to do that as well because that's the rest of everything that we have to do. But that's part of the fun. All right. Let's get locked in and do this shit. Stretch the paws, stretch the paws. Remember to stretch your paws. Otherwise, you're like screwed. Take care of your hand. Take care of your hand. Change. Fuck it. They can't get mad at me for playing this. I mean, they can. They might. Should they? No. Will they? Maybe. And everybody immediately knows what it is. If you didn't before, you definitely do now. You will. Give it a second. If the leitmotif didn't give it away, the saxophone might. Give the saxophone a second. Holland gets it. Might have been a shit game, but you know what? Trailer music goes fucking nuts. This is so true, Hollowed. All they had to do was not forget that they made Breath of the Wild. That's all they had to do. But that's what they did. They just, like, forgot that they made Breath of the Wild. hate how short that theme is. Agreed. I hope Lorian gets more work too. He does a really good job. Here we go. Hi, Luna Wolf. Welcome to the stream. Do I want to listen to Freer in the Slayer? Fuck it. Do I like her hair being that high up in the back? It looks like a pine cone. I think that's okay. Do I know Hell of a Boss? No, what is that? You know what? I still want her to have, like... As much as I like the ponytail, I think I need her to have long hair. I'm gonna go back to this really quick. For the the back fluff anyways, or whatever it is. That's the wrong one. Oh, that's the wrong folder. Shit, my bad. This one. It's a demon show? That sounds neat. Do they like kill demons? Is it like Freerin where they like kill demons? That sounds pretty cool. Is she gonna like take down the back of her hair here? I think it might help too with just like how big the back of her head actually is. And kill, that doesn't sound good at all. Guys, I'm taking the piss. Of course I know what Hell of the Boss is. I'm a fucking animator on YouTube. Come on. Keep the bit going. Jeez. Sometimes I have to remember sarcasm is like dead. I'm glad Hollow understood, though. Hello? I think this is 13. How much do I know my Final Fantasy? Hey, I'm right. No, I'm wrong. It's 15. Shit. I said 13. I meant 15. Shit. Damn it. Fuck. Fuck. Shit. Damn it. I meant 15. I did. I swear. I'm not stupid. I know my Final Fantasies. With the clapping too, even better. There's so many FFs you haven't heard of. There's FF1, FF2, FF3, FF4, FF5, FF6, FF7, FF8, FF9, FF10, FF10-2, FF Crisis Core. Not Crisis Core. No, it is Crisis Core. FF11, FF12, FF13, FF13-2, and then I think there's FF13 Lightning Returns, and then FF14, all of those ones. FF15, and then it got DLC that was technically a second game, and then FF16. There you go. Oh yeah, Tactics and Distia are also games, yep. God, the hype for Tears of the Kingdom was so real, though. After 350 hours of wilds, there's a button to take away. Take all the traders at once. Not you didn't know that. Home slice, you're killing me. I mean, to be fair, I do just like mash A through most of that, so I get it. Rehydrated Ganondorf. Thank you, Uber. See, because what I wanted out of Tears of the Kingdom, as it gets louder and louder and louder, and it's harder for me to speak. And what I thought I was gonna get was a more story-based Breath of the Wild. Because that was like a big complaint about Breath of the Wild in general, was like, hey, you know, we don't really have like proper dungeons. You know, they're all just like Thunderblight Ganon or whatever, all these like little things like that. And I was really hoping that that's what the game was going to be. Like, okay, we're going to have more quests. We've established all these new characters. We get to go on adventures and do all these things and skydiving. Like, you know, they're like the world down below is going to be like changed a little bit, but also like, you know, we have the new Sky Islands and the underground, and it's going to be really cool. And then it was none of that. In fact, the story was like bad because like the story hinges on you not playing Breath of the Wild. And also all of the abilities are kind of like ass compared to Breath of the Wild. Don't get me started on the horrendous UI. I do not understand why I have to swap, like rotate through over like all of my fucking materials in order to shoot a bomb arrow. Why is that a thing? Why'd you take like a perfectly fine system that you had in the base of the game that like worked off of every other Zelda game that was ever like around and then just like ruin it? Honestly, here's my ideal Here's my ideal not Breath of the Wild game, but here's my ideal like Zelda game. If I can like hide everything really quick. Where's it? There we go. All right, if we want my ideal Zelda game, you start with regular sword and you get a shield and you're like a little dude, right? And you're off on your little adventure. And then you have to go do 4 dungeons. All right, 4 dungeons. And these dungeons, each one of them gives you like a magical item, right? Each one gives you like a little, like a new thing. So like one, what is it? What were the items that you could, like you could get the hook shot. You could get like, the little spinning top thing, like from Twilight Princess, right? You can get the iron boots that are like metal. Those are cool. And then like sand wand. Let's do sand wand. Sure. You know what? Sand wand, right? There you go. There's your 4 little dungeons. Then what you get to do is that these now get to be used in more dungeons. But now you get to combine them. So it's like, okay, mechanics from each item now gets used in multiple different dungeons. Congrats. And then each dungeon has like a little boss at the end of it. And it's like rah 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 rah. And then you have like an open world that you go through and a bunch of cool characters and all that shit, right? And it's like, yay. But the most important thing is that all of these items that you get, you must have. You must unlock them and have them. Why do I say this? Why is this important to me? Is because my favorite Zelda game is A Link Between Worlds. Specifically the one on the DS, where you like turn flat. You know that one? Where he's like, whoop, whoop, whoop. I love this game. This game was great. But the thing that bugged me about it, the one gripe that I had was fucking the bunny merchant who was just Dark Link, making me have to rent the magic items. That was dumb. Let me feel like I'm like earning like things for these dungeons. Don't make me fucking pay for them like I'm paying for a fucking kayak at a fucking like a lake. Dumb bitch. Hate that. That's the ideal Breath of the Wild. Not Breath of the Wild. Legend of Zelda. That's like the ideal game too, actually, for me. Is a game like that. I would love a game like that. But no games do that because now they're all fucking Metroidvanias. Where you don't get cool magical items, you instead get cool power-ups. And then those cool power-ups are double jump, ranged attack, wall jump. Oh, and a dash. Of course a dash. And that's it. That's all you get. That's all you ever get. And then your weapon does like a little bit more damage, maybe. Copy paste. Everything's the same. Nothing's unique. Make art. Fuck you. Give me 1 second. Also, Anya, looking at your submissions for Art Crit, I will say that technically one of the rules is it needs to be like a finished and completed piece. And that I don't really like doing crits of sketches. I'll still look at your stuff if you want, but you're not going to get any kind of like quality input on them. Mostly because it's really hard to talk about sketches in general, because they are a bit more ethereal than a finished piece. I'm just letting you know ahead of time. I will feel more comfortable. I don't know what I'm doing those on. Oops. Maybe. Wrong layer, Crunk. No, again, I'll say something, but they're not. You might be okay. How do I explain that? How do I word it? No, you're fine, and I'll still look at them, but like, they're not. They're like notebook sketches. They're not really anything that I can actually like look at and properly critique because they're not like a realized thing. We still have like 60 minutes to go beforehand. How do I say it? How do I word it? How do I say it? If anyone else wants to try and like take the words from my mouth, go right ahead, because I think somebody else might be able to explain more what I mean, but like there's like a difference between like a sketch and like sketchily done or like pencil drawings and how do I want to say that? I don't have a word for it. I'll look at them again. I'm still okay with looking at them, but it's just like you draw mostly on paper. No, it's fine that you draw on paper. It's that they're not. I'll explain when I look at them. I'll explain when I look at them. Because most of it does come down to like, I don't want to say skill level. That's not what I mean. I'll try to explain it later. No, you're not. You're not rule breaking. You're just specifics. Yeah, because we didn't do one yesterday. Say using your napkin sketches. Oh, there you go. Yeah. Like my old tissue sketches that I used to do. That's a good example. Are they an art show? I rarely make art, so it should be pretty easy to find it. I have to go way back, way back, way back. Here we go. Furthermore, furthermore, furthermore. Back, 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 back. Hold on, I'm gonna use. Vorkson just gave me the best idea. All right, let me open link. Yeah. All right, let me do that one. Hold on. Gotta go further back. Gotta go further back. Okay, there we go. So it's the difference between like there's not enough meat on the bone to critique. Kind of. It's more like this. So like this is like a clearly a design thing and it's kind of sketchy. I don't really design very often on paper. Or even these. These are a good example, kind of. Further back, further back, further back, further back, further back. Further back, 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 further back. Further back. Bear with me. I'm hunting. It's not very often that I draw on paper. Further back, further back. Oh, that's old model. Here we go. Okay. So it's like this. It's like this compared to like these. That's a better angle. No. It's not a skill thing. It's not a skill thing. It is. So this is like a first pass of a character, that, you know, I haven't erased certain lines. Things are just kind of being felt out. It's in the corner of a page. You can kind of see where it ends on the book. And it's just kind of down here, and it's like design wise, right? That's the angle of it. And this would be kind of hard to critique only because it's like you have the fallback of saying against most things, oh, it's just a sketch, or oh, it's just like it's a non thing, right? Versus looking at something like these, which are clearly studies, but you can kind of go, you could say like a little bit more about these because they are more finely rendered. They're not perfect, of course, but you can say a little bit more about them. Same thing with these as well. These are more studies that I've done, where, you know, you can look at what I've actually done and they're a little bit more fine-tuned. Concept art versus part, kind of. Once again, with this is just like a rough sketch of Alyce and like her speaking angle. But it's like one part of a greater whole, really. But then again, something like this, I could crit as well, even though these are just sketches, but it's because these are more design wise, right? Does that make sense? It's going against, like, this is a first pass of a character just kind of existing in a space that I absent-mindedly drew, versus the submissions you made, which are just kind of like, you actually did just submit like one of these, which is fine. Like, I'll look at, like, again, I'll look at it, but like the problem then becomes like, what do I actually talk about? If it's just this top half of a character, I can look at the design, but then that gets mostly into design talk, and especially when it's just like pencil and paper, there's like next to nothing that I can actually talk about. Because when I look at Alyce's design, I can be like, all right, well, I can talk about like her sharp eyes, her messy hair, but then I kind of start losing more things because there's not a whole finished work here. Like I can do what I can do my best, but like versus something like what Hollowed submitted, which is what feels like a finished piece that I can talk about a little bit. You'll see when I pull it up and I try to talk about it. And I'll try to explain it a bit more. I'm hoping that it like this is making sense, like the difference between looking at like critiquing something like this and then critiquing something like this or this, where these are clear studies and you can be like, well, I like how I did the shading of the land and the house and the this and the that and the blah 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 blah. Because again, it's not really meant to be Gordon Ramsaying though. Merman takes this page and was meant to be a product. I'll put a portrait because other people do it. Thought it counted as done. Like, fuck. I knotted my hair. I have a bad habit of like twisting my hair. Ew. Oh, that's a bad one. Okay, got it. Again, doneness is not really what I'm after. It's more like, I guess refined is the better word for it. Again, it's the difference between like critiquing this and then critiquing this. It's like a little bit of a difference. I hope that makes sense. I don't know if I'm doing a good enough job explaining that. Again, we'll go more into it when I actually start talking about what you did. Because it might end up being a thing where it's like I don't have anything worthwhile of adding. I won't know until I look at it, which will be in 30 minutes. So let's try to get at least the third, like the 3/4 turn view looked at. Oh, I also can't run the pre-crit video because I don't look like that anymore. So I'll just have to use words, I guess. I mean, really, the pre-crit video is mostly just to, like, open for when I actually, like, upload them, but I haven't been doing that, so... Maybe I should? I don't know. I did say I need to ramp up, like, content creation this upcoming month. So that might be ideal, maybe? We'll see. She looks good. She looks like she doesn't have hair here. I think I can get this one done. 30 minutes. As long as I don't get distracted again. That'll definitely happen. And as long as I don't get jump scared either.
I need to try and set that up as like a separate video file or like separate thing from Streamlabs so that it like covers the whole screen, because I think that'd be really funny. Well, you're not posting anything to stream, you're just posting it to Discord, and then I look at it, and then either myself or the mod team will take it down if it's bad. Just be mindful of what you're posting, that's it. That's fine, yeah. If there's something wrong with it, I'll let you know, don't you worry. Ah, yes. My bug fighting theme. Back when I lived at my parents' house, we had like a bunch of trees right by my window. So like bees and wasps would like occasionally like fly into my room. And then I would play the song and draw my sword and have an epic battle against the bee and or wasp for the glory of getting to exist in my room. I had no other way to deal with them than sword. It would buzz around. I would parry it. You know, I'd smack it around. We would have a great duel. I have never been stung, as you can tell. I'm still alive. Is it? Yeah, it is Dark Souls 3. This is Vort of the Boreal Valley. Like the first boss that you fight. Kill a wasp in it not dying? Nah. I had great duels with them. I always preferred using my broadsword that I had, because it was easier to swap them with the flat of the blade than like any of the other ones, which were thinner. A good use for all of my Hema swords. Oh no, it is Soul of Cinders. No, you're right. I thought it was Vort of the Boreal Valley. My bad. It's the pling pling plong. Yep. Pling pling plong. I thought it was Vort. Wait, what does Vort sound like then? Hold on. I gotta know. What does Vort sound like? Because this is the one I would play. Oh, yeah, it's more, yeah. Nah, it's my bad, that's my bad, that's my bad. I forgot. That's got the bomb! Yeah. Which is... Yeah. Pling pling plong. That's my stupidity. I'm a dumb little goof. But I would actually play Vort of the Boreal Valley's theme when I would fight bugs. Sadly not Soul of Cinders, because then that would mean that I would have, like, empathy for the bug. Memorable tracks outside of Vendrick's theme and Majula's theme. I love the Majula theme. But you're so right. DS2's music is, like, not it. DS2 was also, like, the first Dark Souls game that I beat. I didn't actually beat Dark Souls 1 until after I beat Dark Souls 2. And actually, fun fact... Hold on. I'm gonna get claimed for it, but there was... Let me see if I can find it. Dark Souls 2 trailer, The Preacher. I wonder if I can find it. Here it is. So, I need you to put yourself in the mind state of, like, 12-year-old Sydney, who is learning guitar and is awake at like 2 a.m. watching Adult Swim, probably like Sword Art Online or some shit, and this comes on.
Up in the north where the cold winds blow over the prairie gold, there's a church bell screaming on the steeple high. Gather ye children of men, with one hand on the trigger and one hand on the cross. Jesus and his family are two things he's lost. March him to the scaffold and string him up on high. The call came out from hearts and blood in their hearts for the blood turning dry on his hands. One hand on the trigger, one hand on the cross. Jesus and his family are two things he's lost. Cries, oh Lord, what have you done? You want never see heaven or kingdom come. Cries, oh Lord, what have you done? You want never see heaven or kingdom come.
So, not How to Train Your Dragon. That shit was sick as fuck. That's right. And I immediately took to the internet, and then, oh, please don't break. Please don't break. Good. I immediately then went and learned. I'm gonna speak guitar for a moment. Shit, I haven't played in a while. Give me a second. Shit. Sorry, again, I haven't played in a while. I'm a little rusty. That is the hardest thing I know how to play on guitar. I haven't played guitar in forever. That hurt my fingies! Ow! And I had to tune it too. Damn. No, but that's like my favorite. That's like my favorite track. And it's like impossible to find too. Like trying to find this trailer was really, really, really difficult. And I had to just go off of like lyrics from the actual trailer too, to find the song, which is actually Preacher by Jamie N. Commons. If anybody wants to ever look into it, that's the song. Now, yeah. But yeah, The Preacher's a really good song. I like it a lot. Dark Souls. Ow. I actually hurt my fingers doing that. Yeah, I am not the pup I used to be. Wait, I'm gonna test something. I wanna know, can I still do it? Now this is ego tripping a little bit. I want to know if I can still do it. Hold on. Let me pause our music while I try to struggle to play music. Hold on. Kind of. Hold on. Kind of. Kind of. What else could I do? I knew more songs once upon a time. Would you believe me? Well, hello, if you ever decide to ship up to where I live, you may know the song that I'm talking about. Ba-da-ba. Shit. Fuck. I don't remember the rest of the song. Oh wow, I am washed. Shit. Hold on. Come on, I can do it. Also, yes, hello. I'm glad you knew exactly what I was playing. Come on. I used to know how to do it. I used to know how to do it. Fuck! Damn, I'm washed. I'm so washed. I'm so unbelievably washed. It's not even funny. Anybody like Absolver? Forget. Shit, I'm so washed. I'm not the pup I used to be. I could play so many songs. I was the best pup. I was one of the best. There was somebody who was better than me, of course. I was the best pup in my guitar class back in high school. Hell yeah, I was the bomb. Everybody loved me. I avoided airports because of it. Let's get those out of there. All right, let me. I said as long as I don't get distracted, I could probably finish it in 30 minutes. I have 8 more minutes to go. Let's see if I can do it. And of course, what happened? I got distracted. Ow. Actually, I wonder if I can play it without getting yelled at. Berserk. I think it's 1123. Yeah, it was. This is what I was playing. Post rock is more what I know it by, yeah. Me and a buddy of mine actually back in the day were gonna like start a post rock band actually. Because I was really good at guitar and I was teaching him how to play guitar. But like most bands that are like, wow, we can play instruments. Let's be a band. It's like, that's not how that works. This part. This is what I was trying to play and I couldn't do it because I forgot. Well, that's a good one. I also like, I always forget their name, but I have them saved. They're in like a playlist of mine. Literally called for when you want post rock. These guys. How the World Became the Bomb. These guys are great. Can't really see it. But this shit. Really good. Really good album. God, Berserk is so good. It's a shame that only the 1997 version has been animated. And no other animation of Berserk exists ever. And the films. There's also the films. But besides those, there's no, like, continuation of the story at all. Never has been, never will be like, ever, never, especially not, like, from the time of, like, 2017 to 2016. A wingman for you out of nowhere while on campus. Wait, which one's 4C? Please don't tell me that's that's not the 2016 version. Am I doing there's a no month? Yes. There is no war in Ba Sing Se. What are you talking about? Studio 4C is the movies? Okay. Yeah. If we got more movies of Berserk, I'd be a happy pup. I'd be a very happy pup. They could just turn every chapter into a movie. That would like be ideal. That's like how you would do it. That's how you would need to do it. There is no sequel to Pacific Rim. Exactly. There's one movie in the Pacific Rim franchise. It's not even a franchise. It's one movie. Okay, but 2016 and 2017's tracks do kind of fuck. I do have to admit. Even though I will be honest. I'm also not gonna play that. Just because it's a little too hard. I will admit, I do prefer Susumu Hirasawa's music over the generic like black metal rock music that they played in 2016 and 2017. I feel like Susumu Hirasawa's tracks are better. I feel like they're a lot better and kind of fit what is it? I feel like they better fit Berserk's atmosphere. A lot of his tracks are a bit more medieval inherently. Like Forces. I think Forces is a great theme in general. Let me pull that up. That would be fucking I would love that. Oh, if we could get the Conviction arc in like movie form, that would be awesome. But this is one of the things that I like about the 1997 version of Berserk, which is why we're still trying to watch it at some point. Now that we're done with, once we're done with Lord of the Rings, I think we'll watch more Berserk. But the music isn't generic like heavy metal rock shit, you know, which I think a lot of people want to attribute to Berserk. Which is what happened when Kentaro Miura passed away, is that everybody started hearing about Berserk. So now everybody wants to be like Guts, but they don't really understand Guts. Exactly. Oh, Ashcrow is my favorite. Literally named a character after it, too, back in the day. God damn, that shit was fucking awesome. Fuck yeah, it was. Holy shit. No, Ashcrow was fucking top tier. But here, before we get into, crit, because we're gonna swap over right now because it is 8 o'clock. I want to take a second and talk once again, because I did talk to Hollowed about it back a while ago, but like design through character. When somebody looks at Guts, right? Let's look at Guts. Let's find a good example. Shall I do? Yeah, here we go. This one's probably a better example. When you look at Guts, right? Of any variety of Guts. Trying to find another good image of him that's not like fan art or from the 2016 version. Or him mid screaming, or him like with, yeah, this is better actually. When you look at Guts, I'm working with what I got here. Nobody's giving me like really high res images of him. You kind of get like, yeah, angst. That looks like it's AI, so I'm not gonna click it. That's better. You get these sorts of shots, right? I'm actually gonna pause the music really quick. Here, let me Berserk. So the big thing about Berserk is that on a surface level, you're going, I'm going to put the pen down too. On a surface level, you're getting this. You're getting raw violence. Like this like just unadulterated anger, rage, violence, aggression, all of these things in this like horrible dark fantasy world where Guts sits here and wields this giant two-handed sword. Let me pull up an image of it, because I know not everybody has seen or read Berserk before. But like, here we go. Like this big fuck off sword, huge giant sword, just fucking too big to be called a sword, even, as they say in the book. It's this massive block of steel, and he is so strong and so powerful to wield it and swing it around. And everybody doesn't realize that that is not the point of Berserk. Berserk is not rage. It is not
anger. It is not all of these things. Berserk is tragedy. Berserk is, for all of its moments of pure violence, quiet, solemn. It's got emotion to it, and it's got weight to it. And that's a really big part of Guts in general that people seem to always forget because of the shitty game of telephone that we have in the West of, here's a male main character whose entire identity centers around being angry. And guess what? This song that's playing right now, if you've never seen Berserk before, it's called Guts. This is Guts' theme. It's not over-the-top death metal. It isn't a guitar riff. It is a quiet, melancholy, contemplative piece of music. Guts' sword is not a tool, a weapon to be used for violence. It is a metaphor for his trauma, for the weight that he carries on his back to face down gods and demons alike in order to keep living. Because that's what Guts and his whole story is about moving forward through tragedy, trauma, and violence. And you can't get that when you just look at him like he's this. Guts' rage comes from the inability to exist like this. This is what Guts is. Guts cries when he has to play the villain. Because of course he does. Because that's the only way to get people to keep moving forward. The only way he knows how is by giving them someone to be angry at. Because that's what keeps him moving forward. That's why the Golden Age arc is some of the best writing in like all of history, and why Berserk itself has its fingers in everything. But the same thing happens all the time that I talk about all the time, is this telephone that happens with fantastic pieces of media where people don't recognize this. You need this. You can't just give your character a giant fuck off sword and call it a day. That sword needs to represent something. Their weapons have to mean something to them. That's when a weapon goes from just a cool character trait to something that's integral to the character. And even when you go back and you like read Berserk or you watch the Golden Age arc, and then you understand that the reason why he swings around a big sword is because like when he was a kid, they didn't have kid-sized swords. So he had to learn how to use a big one. And then as he got older, he just kept getting bigger and bigger swords. That's not the point. Because when you read the manga or you watch the 1997 version of Berserk, we start with him as the Black Swordsman. We off the rip start with him with this giant trauma on his back. It's just a little bit of fucking explanation as to why he's able to ramp up to such a weapon. What is he angry? Yeah. Wow, big sword. Meanwhile, fucking Final Fantasy VII over here is talking about how fucking corporations will eat up the planet's like natural resources for their own gains and not care about the people whose lives will be affected by such a thing. Exactly. And this is the thing that I hate when things get popular, is that they start to lose their meaning because they only are experienced through osmosis and Wikipedia. Because you can look up probably all the information you need to know about Guts, and you don't have to go through sitting with him and understanding what he's been through. And also, some people will look at Guts as an excuse for their anger and their rage to come forward, when time and time again, Guts' anger and rage kind of fuck him over. And that's something that people don't tend to remember. and kind of forget about. And that's really important when it comes to writing characters or making characters or doing anything, is that a strong character throughout will tell a story. And this right here tells you a fucking story. This tells you a story. This tells you a story. This tells you a story. This is a powerful image. Let me pull up the one that Hollow talked about, actually. Is it like a big... Here we go. This is quiet. This is calm. It's silent, you know? And that's something that people can't really understand. And that's why I hate characters that have large weapons. Is because all of them are a copy-paste of Guts. But that weapon never represents anything. That weapon doesn't mean anything. They didn't earn getting that big weapon. And then you turn around and be like, but Sydney, you give Alyce a big sword too. Yeah. For fucking reason. She doesn't just get it for fun. As much as it is fun, she has it for a reason. Not to compare myself to fucking Kentaro Miura, rest in peace, you fucking legend. But, this is why it's important for anybody that wants to be a writer or creative. You gotta study. You gotta look into this shit. You gotta go deeper and further back. Because Berserk, for some, may be a recent, like, discovery. You may have just heard about it from me talking about it. This is from the 80s. Like, this series is almost 50 years old. This has had its fingers in so many pies you don't even know. From Dark Souls to Final Fantasy to pretty much every piece of modern dark fantasy you can think of, Berserk has been there. I would even stretch it to say that Game of Thrones has a little bit of Berserk in it. Berserk is really, really important. And it's been a fantastic piece of literature. And it sucks that Kentaro passed away before he could finish it. But I don't really have anything else to add beyond that. But this is my official saying of go read Berserk. Go fucking read it. It's worth it. It's violent, it's cruel, it's evil, and it's beautiful at the same time. Probably one of the best pieces of art I've ever experienced. And when we were talking about art earlier, this is the best example. And especially now that Kentaro Miura has passed away, it's an even better example of leaving behind a mark. Because it's everywhere, and you can't escape it. Berserk is really important. And nobody understands it. Because again, everybody just sees this. Not that, this. They just see this. They think Guts is the epitome of masculinity. They think that they want to be strong like Guts and kill demons and, you know, save their woman, when in reality they're idolizing someone who's immensely emotional. Someone who had a best friend who betrayed them. And someone who would likely never want to be associated with the people that look up to him. Because they can never be like him. Guts is awesome. Right down from the moment he was born, the moment he dies. He hasn't died yet. That's not a thing in the story. I'm just saying he'll never not be cool. He's a good dude. Anyways, with that being said, let's get into critique.
characters' weapons, clothes, and tools. At least the main ones should have story purpose, that sort. Everything. Everything needs a purpose. And that might sound weird and go from like, what is it? The fucking, sometimes the curtains are just blue, like shut the fuck up. It's this idea of wasting energy. When it comes to character design and other things like that, is that why are you going to spend hours upon hours upon hours upon hours drawing this specific detail if it doesn't mean anything? Right? Like, and if there's a part of your character that isn't attached to them or doesn't represent something, why is it necessary for them? And that's character design. That's fundamental character design. Like, I actually saw a video on it earlier. We'll do this as well. Again, you guys can wait for crit. There's only the two of you. This design. Will it work? No, it's small. No. I mean, everyone's done fan art of it. I'm trying to find it. Give me a second. Poster. Kind of works. Here we go. This one should open better. Okay, here we go. So, this is like a pretty big problem that I've seen other creators talk about when it comes to like character design and things, is when you're kind of like designing like whether it's a superhero character or some kind of like whatever character, they do some kind of design and then they put them in like regular like street clothes, right? And they just call it a day. No, you can't do that. That's bad. Because why are they wearing like regular clothes? You know, that's a really important aspect of it too, is like every bit of fashion is either character building or storytelling, one of the two. Because it's a waste of space not to do that. And Miles Morales in this version of Spider-Man is probably the best example, because his, you know, regular clothes on top of the Spider-Man is actually representative of him still not entirely being Spider-Man. He's his own Spider-Man. He's a kid from the Brooklyn? Bronx? Where does he come from? I actually don't remember. You know, he's a different Spider-Man. He isn't purely Spider-Man. He's still from New York. He's still not entirely swapped over, and he's still just a kid with Nikes, you know? Which is how that's portrayed. You still see him as a kid. He's not the superhero. He's learning the ropes to become a superhero, which is really important. And I can talk a little again. Let's go back over to Jim Hawkins. I always bring up Jim Hawkins because he's probably the easiest way to describe it. And we watched the movie the other day too, which is helpful. What the fuck? Open image. Here we go. Like, we see through the movie him go from like, I don't know what this is from. This looks not like him at all. And it's very simple storytelling through design. And I even pointed out when we were watching it. I'll also represent that he isn't Peter. Yes, exactly. No, you got it. He's from Brooklyn. Good. Okay. But this is very important too, is that, you know, when he starts the film, he's down here. He's got He's got this outfit on. He's got the black ripped up shirt and the jacket. And then, you know, he goes through the film, and then, you know, he's got the tan shirt underneath because he's decided to go on the journey, and he's got the jacket still on. And if you remember when we watched the film, there's a certain point where he doesn't have the jacket on. He is purely in this like tan outfit, right? He doesn't have the jacket on at all. And then something bad happens. And then the next scene we see him in, where he's beating himself up and blaming himself for what happened, he puts the jacket back on. And then as soon as that scene ends, we follow up with the mutiny scene, where right beforehand, the jacket falls off him. And then for the rest of the movie, he doesn't have it. And then at the very end of the movie, at the very, very end of the movie, he shows up in a military uniform that's pure white with a white shirt. He went from dark to light. There you go. Character design. And it works. And it works fine. And it works great. Hey, do you want to see another little character design tweak from Disney? Here, I'll show you another one. So you might think it's a little silly. Maybe. I don't know. But you guys all know Hercules, right? We all know Herc. So there's a scene early in the film where he's you know, his mom gives him like, oh, it's right here actually. Exactly. Like he's given like a coat by his mom to go on this journey to Mount Olympus to figure out who he is. Here's like the best image I can find of it, like isolated. It's very small, I know, but he's wearing this little shawl, this little like coat thing, like a little blanket over his shoulders. And that's because that blanket is the cape that he wears. When he's a hero, he's wearing this as a cape. That cape isn't just for fun. That cape is like part of him. That's like representative of his family. It's his mantle. That's more than just like, oh, he has a cape for the sake of having a cape. That's like part of his character design. It's part of who he is. Even if you go over to like Lion King, right? I'm pulling up images. Not the link. I want this. Even in something as simple as Lion King, you know, you have like Mufasa and you have Simba, and Simba's like cute, got the big ol' eyes and the stupid little dumb face, yada yada. But then when you get to like older Simba, if I can find older Simba. Simba looks exactly like his dad, but he's just got like these different kind of bangs. He's got like the cute teenager bangs, right? But he looks exactly like his dad. And that's also character design, is that he's grown up and now he has to become like his father, has to exemplify what his father exemplified. Character design. It's very small. It's very minute. And also too, his hair this early on is very reminiscent of being messy and shaggy. Why? Because he's a stoner. He's living out in the woods, or the jungle rather, with his two gay fucking alternative lifestyle like friends that are vegetarians. Character design. You gotta love it. And again, I'll put my money where my fucking mouth is. Because I'm not just talking out my butt with this. Where it's like, hey, do all these examples, but I don't do them. Like, of course I do them. If I can find not that. I'm trying to find a very specific early drawing. I don't know if I'll be able to find it. Here it is. There we go. This is early Vanguard Alyce. This is old. This is really old, but even here, I knew what I was going for. Got big poofy pants, cargo pants, which are practical, but it's mostly her jacket. It's mostly her top bit here, and pretty much everything up here is very important. Because for Alyce, at least early on, her shirt, this undershirt, is the same one that she wears when she's a kid. When we see her in flashback, she's wearing the same shirt. And then this jacket is representative of her being a Vanguard, which is like her like, you know, her mantle, her job. And then this one part of her design that stands out the most, because most of this kind of like coincides with itself. You know what I mean? Most of this all like lends itself together. I'll see you later, Mouse. Have a good class. Have a good class. Because, you know, it's a little pop of color and then mostly earthly tones, right? But then you come up here and this is the brightest fucking thing on her design. Why? Because it's not hers. And it stands out because it's not hers. It's her friend's. It's Ophelia's. It's the person that she's trying to reunite with and why she goes on the journey that she goes on. Not only that, but it's a hair tie that's tying her hair up in this like bun that may or may not look like a rabbit's tail, depending on when I draw it, which was kind of the point. But not only just that, but this hair tie that's back here is keeping her hair bound. She is bound by this like devotion to reunite with her friend. Not only just that, but how does she do that? Well, she dons the mantle of being a Vanguard. And the only time where she loses all of those things is when she becomes this. And this is way different because now, even though she's wearing a turtleneck, which could be representative of like being more closed off, it's more her colors. It's more earthy tones. Not only that, she's no longer wearing the mantle. The mantle is no longer a part of her. She's gotten rid of it. Not only that, but she has now turned. She's not wearing the hair tie either, right? So her hair is down. She's free of this bind, but she's turned her mantle and her bound thingy, whatever you want to call it, like her conviction, into the tool that she is now using, her weapon. She's turned them into her strength. Instead of them being something that she wears physically that holds her back, she's instead repurposed them into a tool for her to utilize. It's fucking character design. Maybe on one hand I could say, yeah, I gave her a gun blade because it's cool or whatever, but no, I gave her a gun blade because it allowed for these different colors to pop together in this one design and have a little wrap here that's her hair tie. That's a bit longer. It gets changed in the final design, but still. Character design. It's really fucking cool when you use it properly. But a lot of people don't tend to think about it properly. And you can do it. It's not hard. It's really not that difficult. Hell, actually, still, I'm sorry, guys. I know that we have crit, but I'm talking about my thing for a sec. I'm talking about my shit. Even this design of Alyce has that much thought put into it when you really get down to it. Because, like, if I pull this up really quick, if I pull up regular Paladin and I pull up, like, her design, which is right here. This is how she looks right now, and this isn't going to be how she looks for a little while. This is how she starts. Which... when you look at her design here, it's free-spirited. She's got a flowy dress. It's very plain. She has, like, regular boots that kind of let her limbs stand out. She's got gloves because she's a little bit active and rolling around and stuff. But, she's got messy hair. and she's got her chest out. She's not really like in any sort of armor or any sort of like gear or anything. She's very flowy. Same thing with her belt as well. Is that it's this very flowy, not so strict sort of piece of clothing that just gives her like a little more pop of color. Hell, even down to her blue hair, which is very Sky-like. And one character trait that I have given her that we see in a later page is that, well, not this one, because that one's not fixed. There we go. That one's fixed. Is that she doesn't want to be behind the walls. She wants to be free. She wants to be in the air. She's a slightly relaxed look to her. Exactly. She's very comfy. And also another thing is shape language. Bahonka donka honka bonka doos is very actually important, as much as some people might not think they are, because some people might just go, oh, you're just like big tit. No, it's meant to make her more cozy. It's a cozy design. I'm not kidding. Like, that's part of it. Like, if I really wanted to sexualize her, I could, but like this is like, you would see this all over the place at like a Ren fair, you know? But she's got this sort of carefree, as Badger just said, relaxed look to her. She's very, I'll say bouncy because she's very round. She's very energetic because of her sharp hair. And she's very, But then what happens is that she's going to be given responsibility. And while, yes, ignoring the face here because it's meant to be bland because it's a reference sheet, but suddenly her design is then going to change. Actually, a better example is right over here. Suddenly, she gets to still hold on to that. She still holds on to her sort of carefree attitude, which is seen mostly in her hair and her top. Like, she's still very much her same self. But all of a sudden, now that she's wielding the sword, her dress gets updated. It's no longer simple. It's a bit more ornate to represent her as this paladin. She is no longer just an average person. She is someone who's doing the will of the goddess. She's doing things for a god, basically. Not only just that, but her belt changes too. She's now wearing like a leather, I want to say corset, but it's more like a girdle. That is a bit more practical than her. Oh, she doesn't have eyebrows over there. Than just this like flowy little thing that she wears for a pop of color. This is more, like a weightlifter's belt, like somebody said the other day when we were working through it. And all of that is to accentuate her stance as this like servant kind of thing for a god thing, words. But also it reinforces as well her blue color scheme, which is really, 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 really important, is how much I have planned. Again, none of this is canon until it's in the comic. But I have so many plans for certain people to have red in their design because it represents that they are not entirely on her side. She is like blue. She's very blue from her hair to her sword to her dress. All of this blue is going to conflict with other people's colors. The most red person that we see off the rip, if I can pull it up, the first person we see that personifies red is the knight that she fights. Not that one. I want to go, I called it 3 fixed for some reason. Is the knight who has red armor and a red cape. It's very, very obvious that he's the bad guy, right? It's red versus blue. We've all seen fucking Rooster Teeth series. We get it, right? Same thing here. But it's how blue she is that really sells that she's this kind of noble, calm, like do-gooder. She's good. She's a force of good. She's the color of the sky. She's the color of the water. You know? And all of these pieces of her design all come together and turn her into this sort of regal looking, strong and, you know, confident paladin, which is the namesake of the series. It's very, very important. And also, I'm also going to throw this in for fun. Let me see if I can't find it. Here we go. Her partner, Silica, is basically designed to like be her complement in one way or another. Because Silica shares a lot of the same design elements of Alyce, but also, very important, once again, is her hair. Her hair is orange. If you know anything about color theory, you know that orange and blue are complementary colors. They work off of each other. That's why Goku has a blue and orange gi. That's why he wears that. It's complementary colors. They're complementary. Not only just that, but Silica's green eyes are also technically complementary to Alyce's blue eyes because they're not like at odds with each other while also being unique to her. Green and blue don't really have a fight. Red and blue have a fight. Yellow and green have a fight. Which is true. Yellow and green have a fight. I wonder whose color scheme is yellow and also doesn't get along with Silica. I wonder. If you know anything about my characters, Vorks and you especially should know. You would know whose color scheme is yellow. But it's very important that Alyce is blue. She's very, 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 very blue. And that's just color theory. Even if you take away the colors, like when you just look at her here, you still kind of get it. I mean, colors are kind of important, but even still, you still get the spikiness of her hair. Spikiness of her shoulders also helps. It kind of like, whatever the word is, it frames her better. Vorkson got it. The way her dress is kind of lined. Her boots are still practical, though. Just, yeah. I love Alyce's design. I think this one's like one of my favorites. I have not been able to let go of this one for a while. Does red go with green well? Yep. Those are complementary. That's why you tend to be red-green colorblind. It's also why Rauta is green and red. Is because that was her complementary color that I could work with. Which, for those with keen ears, may realize that that might lead to a something later down the line. I wonder. Anyways, enough of that. Let's us do crit. Red and purple, not so much. Purple is technically an offshoot of, well, it depends, because purple can lean more towards red or more towards blue. Here, let me show you. Let's do color wheel. That's a link. So complementary colors are... That's not right. That's not the right one. Here we go. Whoa. This is properly set up. Here we go. So this is a color wheel. You've probably seen them before. Purple and yellow are complementary. Red and green, complementary. Orange and blue, complementary. And then that kind of works like that. They like ping off of each other. But see how the red kind of turns into purple? That's why it doesn't really have a relationship with purple as much, because they're basically the same color. Well, they're not, but they basically are. It depends on which one you kind of apply more of one of the other two. So obviously red and yellow make orange, red and blue make purple, blue and yellow make green. You know what I mean? Like, you know, we were all in like elementary school like art class. We know how mixing colors works, until you mix all of them together and you get black, which is gross. You get like a gross sludge kind of color. Let's see what this says. But I mean, color theory is a whole fucking purple and green, though. What about purple and green? Those don't really work well with each other. I mean, they can, but like calling black or no, when you mix all the colors together, you would get black, but instead you get the gross fucking sludge color. You know the one. It's like slightly more purple because paint tends to be additive in color. And like you really need like a lot of dark and keep everything kind of consistent to get like a solid black. Otherwise you're going to get like a weirder color. But no, you want complements. Complements are good color theory. I fucking wish I could do a whole class dedicated to fucking color theory. But I can't. Because I'm sorry, I don't have the next 10 years to explain to you guys how this shit works. Colors are a bitch. Colors are a fucking bitch. Hold on, you want a good example of colors? Here. Check this shit out. Ready? Actually, I'm gonna do this really quick. I'm gonna do this without any of you seeing it. I'm doing something. Ready? If you've been to art class before, you'll probably know what I'm doing. So tune your eyes to this shit. Are your eyes attuned? Which one's darker? Which one of the squares in the middle is darker? Go on, take your time. I can wait. All right, most of you are already wise to this trick. Very good. I'm proud of most of you. Hollowed, good try. There you go. Nope, they're the same. Hold on. They are the exact same. Very good. Very, very good. That's called color theory, by the way. Because guess what? You start doing this shit with other colors, it gets fucky. Because hold on. Let's do this with that. I need this.
this. I'm gonna do that.
Because this is when it gets extra fucked. Doesn't that hurt your eyes? Doesn't that fucking suck? That's called color theory. And it's a whole fucking science. Because one is probably harder to look at than the other. And it's probably bugging your eyes a little bit if you're anything like me. Because that one fucking hurts. That one fucking hurts a lot. The other one's easier to look at. But, just like before, it's the same shade. But that's color theory. Is this one fucking sucks to look at because it's it's already pissing you off. I'm sorry. You don't have to look at it anymore. But that one, this one over here that's now smaller, because the blue is backing it, it's causing the red to pop out way more, because if we go back over to this, these two are right next to each other, right? They don't work together. If I did it with a green and an orange, probably the exact same effect. But the other way around, if I did blue and orange, it'd make it pop. If it was green and red, if it was, hold on, we go back over, because this one, I'm sorry, it's back. This one is still technically a red, but if I go to a green, whoa, that's different. That's not as garish on the eyes. It pops more. Same thing if I go over here and we make it orange. Let's make this one orange. And we take this one and we make it blue. Let's make this one like a really light blue. Those colors pop now. They're a little bit more vibrant, aren't they? If I grab this one, make it really bright red. But now let's do a little testy test. Because this one's orange, this one's red. Ooh. Do you see anything happen there? It's really annoying on my eyes. It's really pissing me off. You just saw me copy and paste the exact same shade. But do you see how they're reacting a little differently to the things that are behind them? One might be a little darker, the other one's a little brighter. Color theory. Color theory's a fucking bitch. I have so many fucking... I had a whole class dedicated to learning color, and it barely scratched the surface of how the shit fucking works. I hate colors. The most I can give you is half decent looking color schemes nowadays. Back in the day, fuck no. I did pink and green for some reason. That shit was nasty. Shit was fucking nasty. Ugh, my eyes. Eyeballs. Sorry. My eyes. That shit hurts after a while. Alright, let's do... red. Ooh. Did someone do the thing? Alright, let's go top down. We'll take some time. I guess I should do the pre-crit bit, but like vocally. So this is the start of our critique section of the stream, which is a paid for service through our Patreon that you can subscribe to for $3. Where you also gain access to sharing your art in the Discord, and also can request critique from me, a person who went to school for this, is also self-taught, and will not rip you apart or be mean to you. I will merely look at what you give me, and yeah, I do require them to be finished pieces and not sketches or in progress, because that creates the problem of anything that I say can be turned into, oh, well, I was gonna do that, or, well, it's just a sketch, which I don't agree with. And then what else do I say? I actually don't know what I say on my pre-roll like at all. Yeah. Try and don't say anything critical yourselves in the chat. Don't be rude to anybody's art at all, because it takes a lot of guts to feel comfortable like sharing art in general and having it be looked at under a critical eye. Once again, I've had a history of this. I've been doing this for 16 years plus at this rate. I went to school for this. We used to have critique like every day, so I know how to do it. You probably don't, and some people think that critique means just Gordon Ramsaying it and yelling at somebody. Yeah. All right, let's start with Hollowed's very cool, because I really like this. Stop making shit really fucking big though. Oh my god. This is called The Soul and the Shell. It's very, very cool. Let's take this in for a second here. This is from 2022, April 30th. Digitally done in Krita. It's pretty cool. And for this to be old, like 4 years old, which makes me feel ancient. Holy shit. Is actually really, really cool. I feel like I would be talking about the same thing again if I bring up the fact that, once again, you have such lovely texture, incredible texture, like right here with like your brush strokes and everything, and even just like the 3D structure that you have here. And then also down here, like this is really cool. And then it kind of gets snuffed out by how smooth this part is. This is still 3D, but this is really smooth. You lose a lot of that texture down here. So my eye is kind of drawn mostly down here as well in this little section. I should pull out my pen. But even still, I love your, like, how dark this is and how light this is. I kind of almost wish the background was darker to kind of help the soul. I assume this is the soul and this is the shell. I kind of wish this would stand out a lot more. If you use like a darker background than how light this is. I almost feel as though some kind of like really dark circle behind them, like some kind of like that, where it is just pure black, would be kind of cool. I wonder if I can nail that. Let me see. I want to see if my theory is right. Like something to really just like draw your eye to that spot. Nope. Multiply. Nope. Color. Kind of. Brightness. Hard light. Darken. Nope. Overlay. There we go. And then if I just kind of like airbrush it out a little bit. Like if we just did this. Like, that's, I'm sorry to draw over your thing, but like, do you see how, like, just that one little addition? I didn't even make it pure black like I was intending it to. I wanted that to be a pure black circle. That makes all of this stand out really fucking well. And it really, like, adds just a spot. I don't mean to draw over your thing, but I feel like just adding this darkness in the back here would be really cool. Just because the this and this are so close to each other. Hello? Like if we go over here and we look at if I make a black square and then we grab the white and then we grab the gray. Like when you look at these really next to each other, I mean, they're pretty different, but they need something behind them. I also like the little tiny pops of color you have. I feel like the yellow in the eyes is like a little garish is the word I would use. I don't know. I feel like there's a different color or different way that you could go about making the eyes yellow that wouldn't make it like so it's pissing me off. You know what I mean? Like what we went over earlier, where this yellow, especially with how small it is just like really fine-tuned. I like the worm though. I like the little wormy. And I like this little yellow dot. I almost kind of wish this yellow dot was like a little brighter. Because it is a little dim. But I do really, really like, again, just your texturing. I love how I know it's just like natural through the brush, but I like getting to see your brush strokes when you draw, or paint rather. Because I like being able to see, like this one, there's like one right here that you did. And it's kind of like going over, but you didn't like fix it or erase it or anything. So this is where like most of the body is, but you still left this in and it looks really nice. I like the background too, how it has like these little dredge marks on it from the brush being thrown through. And same thing over here where it gets like a little lighter. I like that. I like when it bleeds through. That's mostly me saying I like because it bleeds. I think it looks cool. And again, I like your texturing and your 3Ding that you do on these figures as well. I do feel like the detailing of whatever this tool or gun or something is kind of gets lost. It looks like a kind of wrench. But there's like light here and then there's no light over here. But this like looks like it transfers like from there to there. And it's kind of a similar-ish color. It's not, but it kind of is. Which on first glance makes it look like it's splitting weirdly. But that's just prop work. I also really like these little sketch lines you have here and there and like all of here. I like these. I like these a lot. You would think those would make it look messy, but it looks really interesting. I almost just kind of wish I had more form to look off of, because the way that Shell looks is really, really cool. He looks really fucking sick. Again, I like this little plate that you can kind of see here. You've like rounded it. Gun was an afterthought. Okay, I gotcha. But I really, really like how this plate is like rounded. Same thing here with the folds. No, overall, I think this looks really good. But yeah, my one thing is just, it's always nice to add something to your background that makes your characters pop. It's totally fine. Especially when you have white on gray. It should be like light against the dark, like as dark as possible. And I think too, working off of having these two characters where one white, and the other one is pretty much black with a little bit of like highlight on them to make them pop out a bit more. I think that's really cool. I think that's a cool little dynamic. Again, I wish there were like little pops of colors, like their eye would be. I wish this was like a little brighter. And this was either like a little bigger or even a little darker, maybe. I don't know. I don't know what color you could use that would go with that very well. That takes some testing. But yeah, overall, I think that looks pretty good. I don't really have much to say about it besides just complimenting you on your previous shading and your three-dimensionalism and, again, your texturing. Every time you submit, I love to see your texturing. It's the same thing that I get out of, this. Like, it's not the same, because, you know, you have different mark making than I do, but I like seeing the little brush strokes that I do in this one, you know? Even the messiness of it, I like seeing that. I always prefer a little messiness over cleanliness. When it's done on purpose. Purposeful messiness is always nice. So, for being 4 years old, good job. Good shit. Again, the gun is probably the only thing I'm like harping on because you did it again where you smoothed it out and didn't do anything else for it. You're very good at texturing. You gotta like ramp that shit up. All right. Well, I'm gonna try my hardest with Anya's stuff. Wiggle wiggle. Hello? Not copy text. Copy image. No. All right. And since you posted 2 things together, well, 3 things technically. You posted these 2 things firstly. Wiggle wiggle. Lower this as best I can. Ramp it up a little bit more because I assume you want me to focus on this. But like mostly I'm just going to use this as an example of like why I struggle to talk about things like this is your lack of defined form for the most part. Because over here is just like a bust headshot, but it kind of gets lost in the sauce a lot. And also on top of that as well, you did preface by saying, like, don't mention this, don't mention that, don't mention this, when most of those seem to actually be your problems. Or not even problems, but just things that I would talk about, because there's not much else I can really speak on. For instance, like your line quality is, I don't really even have a word for it. I want to say rudimentary, but that feels like reductive of what I want to say. You clearly have an idea of line making, like between both of these. You know how to make lines, which is good. But you also do kind of chicken scratch, I'm noticing, as well. Your eye shapes are certainly interesting. Doing this. I'm trying to mete out as much meaning as I can get out of these. And then your nose is very... I guess rudimentary is probably the best word that I can come up with for it, yeah. Because it doesn't really have any... It has, like, a form. It does have a form, but it's not, like... Again, I'm trying to find words. This is why it's hard to talk about something like this, you know? Because in general, like... the way that you've drawn your eyes is just odd. Where the opening for the eyes is over here and you're closing them off here, but you're not closing them off by the nose. you're instead closing them off where the tear duct would be and then leaving them open where the corner of the eye would be. When most people tend to do it the other way around, like this. And that feels like it's a deliberate choice to be different, but sometimes there's a reason why people do things the same way. Is intentional the word? Maybe? I'm really harping on this one a lot because it is just like... I don't know, it's difficult to look at. But then again, you do it over here as well with this one. You do the same eye shape where your eye is like this, and then you have the under part of the eye be open. And then also you do in fact have this, I'm going to put it in quotes, style, which, fuck that word. Don't do this. This, I'm going to get like a smidge aggressive for 5 seconds because I want to beat it into your head for a moment. You are not at a level of art where you can have a style. You need to learn. You need to actually expand your knowledge if you want to get better at making art. And that goes for everybody. It doesn't matter what skill level you are. It's still the same thing for me. Stylistic choices and things like that come into practice when you are making a product. If you're not making a product, do not sit by a style. If you have no expectations levied against you for something, don't have a style. Styles kill your art because you're trying to create something unique before you even understand what unique even means. Because you do have a strong concept. I understand what you meant earlier when you were talking about your style, which is that you use a lot of angular shapes while also adding softer shapes for I don't want to say dissonance, but that's not the word for it. Contrast, that's the word. But you don't seem to understand why you're using shapes when you use shapes. You're just kind of making things sharp and making things round for whatever reason. And I could go very deep into your hands. I've shown you many times. I know this is probably old. I don't know when you uploaded. When did you draw these? Mid 2025 is this one. I've shown you many times how easy it is to do hands, and I understand that this is old and you don't want to draw hands, but this is not even an attempt at a hand. That is the equivalent of the furry clover hand. But somehow less. And again, this is getting a little aggressive, but again, it's because I want you to understand the perspective that I'm coming from with this is that you're not making something. I mean, you're making art. Again, this goes back to earlier when I was talking about making art. Everybody can make art. Doesn't matter if it's good or bad. It doesn't matter. But when it comes to getting better or improving or learning, you can't restrict yourself to something you don't understand. And I can see that you have a brief amount of understanding of what you're trying to do, but you don't understand why those things work or why people do them in the first place. Like your body here is like, okay, I understand that you have like a little hip here. You have very front-facing nipples. That's great. And there's your belly button, which presumably is not entirely inaccurate to how the body would actually form with these sorts of structures if we did something like this. But then you also just kind of start you start losing it a little bit. You have I think rudimentary again is the word. It's the best I can come up with for your like anatomical understanding, which is gonna hold you back by a lot because you're just doing like cube arms. This arm is also longer than this arm, so they're disproportionate. You have a very squished up face that gets muddled by 3 spikes of hair and then a butt that's pooping. And then your tail has a bunch of fins on it and like a little sash. And you did put in time to really go in on the like the not the gills. What the fuck are they called? The ribs of the fin, I guess is the way to put it. But like there's next to no real structure here. There's nothing really definitive. It just. And again, if this is just for fun, this is the part that makes it hard to talk about. If this is something that's just for fun or you just did for entertainment, that's fine. And if that's all that art is going to be for you is just fun entertainment and you don't care about getting better, also totally fine. Super duper totally fine. Totally chill. Doesn't matter. But if you intend on getting better, this is where I always come from with these angles of things. If you intend on getting better, you need to like take the care to experiment with something. Because I can't even just talk, like I can't even really talk about the design of this entirely, mostly because I don't know jack shit about mermaids to begin with. But building up the foundation of your anatomy and understanding of like bodies would help me be able to read what 90% of what's going on with this character is. And again, like these two things just like existing in null space. There is no story. There is no defined features. It's not even very clean. These are very rough, very, very rough sketches. That make it really difficult for me to talk about because I can't glean information from them. I don't know what's going on. Like I can look at this little collar thing that you have here that looks like a bat's wing and does this little like UFO thing. And then the sash as well is like, these have no real transference to a real life design anything. I don't know what these are. I don't know if this represents royalty. I don't know anything about this character. And I don't want you to tell me anything about the character because it swings back around into, I should be able to know who the character is by looking at their design. Which is what we've talked about quite a lot. You know, when we look at Jim Hawkins in the start of the film, we see him be this dark, broody teen. We don't need anyone to tell us, oh, this is a dark, broody teen. It's because we can see, oh, that's a dark, broody teen. You know? Maybe in fucking, Little Mermaid, because that's like the best I can go from. You know, Ariel doesn't really have any real defining character design characteristics, really. Besides her hair. Her hair is like the main thing that is part of her design because it's red on a blue background and it's very rounded and flowy and free and allows them to be underwater. And you don't even do that with this. This is a mermaid and their hair is down, flat. Like there's gravity weighing on them. Hair would be up like this if they were, moving around underwater. And again, like even just the messiness of this, like there's no form I can really glean from it in general, which makes both of these very difficult to talk about, which is what I'm trying to say for the most part, is like I can't really say anything on them. But what I can try to talk about is the other thing that you submitted, which I'm really surprised you thought this was like violent or bad, because even then it's like not. Like, this is probably the best thing that I can like work with, because I can see an actual form and structure. But again, even looking at this, like, it's all the qualities of like a young artist, you know? And oh no, not like I've seen those before. But it's like, this is like a little bit more well defined. I can talk a little bit more about it, but it's like, what do I really say? I can see that your structure is very much so this. You would have a head if there wasn't the little machine bit. Your shoulder shoots out all the way over here. Your arm kind of dips down here. Most of this is machinery and wiring. I mean, I could tell you to go look at wires and machinery a bit more, because it is just like very... I don't even know. I don't really know. And from like a design like I could look at this from a design perspective and not even like, what's the word for it? Stream died on you? Oh no, stream died for everyone. That's okay. Like, it just feels like things are placed in places for them to exist, rather than with like actual purpose. Like, is this supposed to be like an engine? Like an engine block? And is this supposed to be like a little, like a camera? Or something? Because it has like a little exhaust port here that's giving off smoke, so it's clearly running, but this is not an engine. Or even an engine block. It looks like a square that an engine block would be consumed in. Well, it does look like an engine block, but even then, like, open image in a new tab. Like this is an engine block. That is a square. I would say, and also for it to be like placed on the right side of the body as well, there would be weight on this. Engines are heavy. Engines are naturally heavy and giving off, like, power, you know? So it would need to be working or doing something. And for it to be over here and for this person to be straight up, I don't know how that would work. It also just seems grafted onto them. While also having no supports over the rest of the body at all, which I feel like would make more sense if you did like rip apart a person and need to put in like machinery into them. You would either start at the head or, you know, shove it into the back. The back is where the spine is, which I guess comes back down to not understanding anatomy, really, is that like, why is it built into the arm? Where most of that would weigh the entity over, like it would be over here. with it being weighed down, or it would have to counterbalance the weight and kind of be like this. You know, the weight would be making it have to lean over here, putting all of its weight there on this foot, taking off this one. You know? And even then, like, as well, I wouldn't put that on its arm. I would put it in its back. If you look at something from like the side view, it would make more sense of it being like a backpack with like wires and things and stuff. And then especially if you want the head ripped off, you just connect it there, and then everything's connected there. And then you could have like splints or gears popping out of the limbs. So like here at the knee, you could have like a little gear ripping out at the leg, which shows that it's still human anatomy, but it's been replaced by machinery that all kind of works together. Maybe even like a pump or something there, piston, whatever you want to call it. And then like one side of the arm is purely machinery, and then the other one still is human, but it's like cut off with the little sword on it. But again, I also just realized we've been listening to Berserk this whole time. But this just being on the side of the body is a little awkward. Again, the whole design overall is very flat just because of how like clinical you've drawn it. And your shoulders like way out here. Your body would move more like that for that kind of structure. And then your feet are squares. Where are your feet squares? Get them round. But yeah, this is why it's like hard to talk about when this isn't like a finished piece or something like that, because this gets into design talk at this point, and that becomes different than regular critique, because then it's like, okay, well now I'm just looking at your design rather than what you've actually made. I mean, hey, like if you finish something, like if you make like a full something or other, like a full drawing, like I'll look at it, especially these two. Like I don't mind looking at these, but again, like I point out that it's difficult to talk about, because you're not really, I'm trying to figure out like the word for it. These feel more like fun sketches than they do actually trying to do something, which sounds meaner than it is. I hope what I'm saying is making sense. Again, it's like, I don't want to compare you to my work, because that's like unfair. But it's like, you have these sketches, and then I have something like this. Like that's just done with pen and pencil, and then colored digitally, you know? It is meant to be done though. More complete. I'm not saying that they're not done to you. What I'm saying is that they're not again, this is such like an ethereal concept of doneness. They might be done, but they're not full drawings. Or they are full drawings, but they're not done. This is really hard to explain. Again, all right, let me try finding another example of my work, please.
for myself. No. Okay, good. It's like being like, hey, can you critique this? This is old art of mine. Really old. Right? Versus, can you critique hold on. Hang on. Versus, can you critique this? There we go. These drawings are done. These over here are done. These are finished. These are done drawings. But they're kind of hard to make out a little bit, and they're not like ideal. They're still rough to a point. There's plenty of room to improve on the fun. Yes. Yes. Holland's working with me on this. It again, it's like a really weird point to mention. Again, it's not even refinement. It's just like, maybe it is intent. What's the fucking word for it? I think refinement might be the word. I think I gotta like uncensor myself for a second, and maybe just be a bit rude. These are just messy, and lack any kind of like intent or anything, and it's really hard to pull from. To the point where talking about like any of these would come down to me just saying none of it is good, which is not what I want to say. Like I can tell you have intent and you have ideas, of course you do. And I think those ideas are great, and I think that you should keep like chasing them. But I think at the state that you're in right now with what you're producing, at least with these two examples, it's really difficult for me to say anything about them, because they kind of exist on the bell curve, which is a thing I'm gonna try and use to explain. You have a long way to go of improving, and I think that you should not hold yourself to any sort of style. Not a lot of information to glean from them. Exactly. And this just makes it like harder overall for me to like really talk about them, even sketch wise. Again, like there's a difference between like just a character existing in a null void and like characters fighting, you know? This is also a character existing in a null void, but I can talk about the character design because you can see how it's clearly like rendered and refined and turned into something that you can visibly see. This is harder to talk about. It looks like there's just stickers on the face. The mouth looks like a diamond. The hands are paws. The nipples are too high. There's like a collar, but not collar and bat on the thing. And at that point, it just turns into me insulting you. And I don't want to do that. I don't want you to feel insulted. Which is why it's kind of hard to talk about these. And there are certain people that I've had in the past who have submitted to ArtCrit who it's very difficult to talk about their work because it's so clear that they have like a defined way of wanting to do something, and that defined way isn't like broadly appealing. And that's not to say you. I'm not saying you. I'm just saying like in general, it makes it harder to talk about these sorts of things.
Anya, do whatever you want. I don't care. Like, if you have something that's like a bit more easy for me to talk about, bring it. I don't mind. Like, I feel bad that I'm not equipped to properly talk about these things to you. I wish I could do a better job explaining the things that I'm trying to say. Because I want to encourage you, but the most I can encourage you with is just saying to be better, and to study more, and to learn more, and to look into things more. And that's, I mean, like, just naturally by watching my content, I hope you'll be able to do that, because I do talk about this shit all the time, and I give like little insider tips on how to draw things better. Like, as long at the end of the day, you know, you walk away feeling, you know, like, something, I'll take it. I'm doing my best here. But just, I don't know, I look at something like this and it's just flat. You know, I feel like you could get more depth out of it. I feel like you could get something more out of how it looks. You know what I would say? You know what I'm going to say to you, Anya? Here's what I'm going to say. You know what? You'll get a kick out of these. Check this shit out. Where is it? Where are the studies? I didn't do them that long ago. Maybe I did do them that long ago. Bear with me a second. Looking for my studies. No, it had to be before that. Way before that. Way. Okay, sticker. Old drawings, me talking. Okay, it was after that apparently. Hold on. Oh, it had to have been during the summer. That's right. Here we go. And I did another one. Here we go. So these are studies that I did of animatronics being ripped apart. And they're not very good. That's step one. They're not very good, but they are studies. That's important. And I looked at how these animatronics look when they are in fact torn apart. And you get some really cool, like this one's really cool. And I think all I did was Google like old animatronics ripped decaying. Real life old animatronics decaying. All right, well, this is the best I can do. Because these are really cool. I really like these. And they're kind of scary when you start like peeling back the layers. Like when you see these. I know I'm in the way. Let me scoot down here. I'm going to be down here for a sec. But you see how these are like the underside of things. Ignore the Five Nights at Freddy's. Don't pull from Five Nights at Freddy's. Or the Norman, yeah, that one's like being uggoed. Yeah, like just looking at like how these machines used to run. Okay, that's actually a really cool Foxy. It really has. But like when I know that you're mostly like technology. Heads up, we've detected. Oh no, it's yelling at me for playing Guts for so long. I'll pause it. But like these sorts of old animatronics are the kinds of things that I really dig. And I feel like you can get like a lot more out of them when you look at like old robots and things like that. Because then they're like actually practical too. You know, again, going where the fuck am I? To my sketches. Like these are real robots that I just like sketched in my book. I can't even remember which one this one is. I think I might have just done that one for fun. I can't even remember because it has all the wires coming out of its back, which is usually something I do for fun. I'm trying to find animatronics endoskeleton real. Here we go. Or you could do like here, let's do project unification. Is that what it's called? Concept unification. Here we go.
Remove his mask, plume, and fiberglass skull.
Like I know this is like a shit ass video
They want to start on
because it's like old as fuck, but like
use the old
this is what they did back in the day. If you've never seen this, by the way, this is concept unification. This is when Showbiz Pizza was being turned over into a Chuck E. Cheese location. So all the old Showbiz Pizzas got bought out by Chuck E. Cheese, and because of that, they had to take apart all the characters and retrofit them to be the new characters. And so what they made this whole video that is describing taking these animatronics apart and destroying portions of them.
use later. Sleeves, mask, ears and ear levers.
And again, I know you can't really see too much, but this is like
Be unbolted.
the like old animatronic like shit from the ancient days is really, really cool. Let me also look up. I recommend watching the video on concept unification. That one's really cool. We might watch it at some point if I ever get food. Not tonight, but like another time. Disney World animatronic, not malfunctions, but just animatronic skeletons. Here we go. These are really good examples because Disney Disney Imagineering is really, really cool. This shit's fucking scary. Stitch from Stitch's Great Escape is really scary. Not those. Not that. Oh, this guy. Yeah, Otto. Otto is really cool. This shit's really scary. We gotta... I stand by the way, that robots should not be made into humans. We should all have Star Wars robots. We should all have Star Wars robots. We should have little BB-8s and R2-D2s, not people. People robots are fucking scary. Stop doing that. Ugh. Like these things. These things are fucking horrifying. Please. What is that? Ew. Like, I'm sorry, do we want this in our homes? In our homes? What is... This thing looks like it's plotting this guy's murder! Do we want that in our homes? No, we don't, good sir. I don't think we do. Death the Machine! Machine of Death! I know you can't see it because I'm in the way. Death the Machine! Where's the other one? Where's the other one that I pulled up? This fucking thing. Look at this! This thing wants you dead! Fucking stop! Ugh! 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 But yeah, I would say look more at those if you want to do like humanoid animatronics. Not even humanoid animatronics, but like human cross with robot shit. Cause like that's how they would get. Stop, 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 stop. Stop with this. What is this? Don't do this. Don't do that. Also, god damn, the Jack Skellington helmet is weird. Can we not? Why does he have a chin? Brother, yeah, better that he just has a full head. Look at this guy. ET phone home. More like ET get the fuck out of here. But yeah. That's better. That's what I would say to this. And that's just design talk. That's not really like crit talk, and I feel bad. Let's do Ulda. Alright, Hollowed posted another thing. Which is really cool. Wiggle wiggle. Got that. I got this. Both of these. Very, very cool. Now, I do have to believe... Did you do the thing? Did you do the practice? You painted colorblind, which explains the mishmash. No. That's good. That's good. No, that's good. That is an actual practice. That's very good. That goes back to the color theory thing that we were talking about earlier, where your... Oh, what is it? Because value is different than hue, right? Like they did. Okay, good. Yeah, no, I want you to make stuff. I just want you to get better. That way I have more to talk about, and then I can farm you for more content. I know what I'm about. That's what I'm doing right now with Hollowed. I'm farming Hollowed's content. But no, Hollowed, this is really good. The this is a great example. Not only just for your like, how does it? Not even just like you're really good with shading. Like you do a really good job. Like that came out really good. I really like that. Like your forms are very good just from even just with like basic shading. Like, you do a really good job with it. And again, I like being able to see your brush strokes as well. It would not be a defined form there, but it would look more like that. Yeah, like that. Like that's really cool. And then also the fact that if you, because you were doing it colorblind and you go over this, yeah, perfect. This is a good teaching moment actually. Is that over here? If you look at my box of colors, as I'll call them, you may notice that color is over here, black and white is over here. Your value of your color is more important than your hue of your color. Like this, right? Because you have obviously like saturation, like how colorful it is, in both directions. Then you also have like you have contrast and you have saturation. I think it goes like that. Yeah, I think this is up and down is, yeah. Satcon, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, you can totally have like, you can totally paint with just values, but have those values be random colors. That's really cool. I like when you do that kind of thing. Things like that are really cool. Cause yeah. And then even when you come over here and you see the funky colors, like you can still see the value in most of them. How like, even over here, you can kind of see like these little marks that pop up here and there in the face. You can still see them pop up over here, but they're part of a color. But even then, it's the same effect. You still get that this is the shadow of the face. You still get that over here is the mouth and the neck, and then over here, like, yeah. I mean, your study is very good. I don't really have much else to say about it besides like color theory bullshit. That's just gonna make people go cross-eyed. But no, like doing a practice like this is really cool. Especially when it kind of gets you to forget that you're like working with different colors. Which is something I also always talk about when it comes to designing things, is value and like contrast a lot of the time, which actually goes back to your earlier bit with these two. Contrast. That's all that is. Which, just seeing these two next to each other means that you've definitely learned, which is really good. I mean, how long ago did you do this? 2022? Oh, yeah. Oh, this is beforehand, actually. Because the first one came out in April. This one was done in February 28th. Oh, in 2 days. It'll be a 4-year anniversary of this. That's pretty cool. But no, these kind of studies are really fun. And they're really, really cool. And I recommend everyone give them a shot. Just like painting with value and then seeing what kind of wacky colors you get at the end of it. Like painting colorblind is really fun. Yeah, I mostly just have compliments. I don't really have anything critical to say because you do have like a really good handle on like form and value working together through painting, which is really nice. Trying to glaze you. I'm not trying to, but I'm just being honest. This looks like something that would be in like the Contemporary Museum. It really does. Like, it's just got that like form to it. That like, I mean, not that you would. Also, stream is dying for some reason. Not that you would. But like, if you gave it some like over the top like explanation of, I was in the mountains of Peru and I saw the lights, the northern lights, even though I'm not anywhere near where the northern lights would be, and they spoke to me in colors of man, and I saw a vision, and then I came back and I spent many days quiet just to understand the color green and purple. And then I painted this in my madness, and it's just like, fucking normies would eat that shit up. You wouldn't even need to say it's a study. They'd just be like, wow, the purple really brings out the energy, and the green is a commentary on like humanitarianism, and like Disco Elysium bullshit. Yeah. Also, hey Moon, and it's like, you like, oh, and the one swatch of red is like the blood of mankind or some bullshit, and you can totally just like egg out something like that. Also, to be fair, that is also what is it? That's That's something art school teaches you how to do. By the way, it does. Because what you end up doing is you learn that how much people actually care about your like fine art is how much bullshit you can spew into it. I once got a way better grade on a shitty fucking film, not even an animated film, by the way. Just like a film I threw together in an afternoon because I made it about my dad leaving and like proving that I'm like worth something, and I got really emotional and I acted it up. I was like, and it's to show that I'm better than my father, ugh! And that I'm still here, ooga booga, and everyone's like, oh my God, Sid, that was beautiful. Oh my God, yes, I understand. Oh my God, your film and your vision, yes. And I'm just like, I threw that together like last night, and I had no idea what I was doing. And I've spent way more time on the animated film that is not that big of a grade than I have on this film. So I just wanted to like bullshit it. So yeah, and then I got an A on that. I got like a perfect grade on that. Purely because I made up bullshit about it. Which is most of art, by the way, is just making up bullshit. And you get good at it. Until like you start actually talking about things that matter. Which I hope you guys see sometimes when I talk about things is like, I kind of know what I'm talking about occasionally, here and there, once in a while. Sometimes I might have the odd nugget of wisdom that means something and is important. It's almost like I say things sometimes and that those things mean something. But yeah. Ultimately, I like this. This came out good. Hold, you did a good job with your study. And I don't really have anything else to say about it because it's a study. I like it. And I think that is it. I think that's it for crit. That took like an hour and a half, roughly. I did ramble for like 30 minutes about Berserk and shit, but yeah. Alright. Now I shall close this. And now we shall give the poor girl some fucking eyebrows. Oh, my poor girl. She ain't got no eyebrows. Oh, you know what I do want to play? I want to play that post-rock I was talking about earlier. This is like my favorite track or album. I mean, if you put it, we'll probably get to it next week, Anya. But feel free. Alright, let's give this poor girl some fucking eyebrows. I haven't listened to this album in like years. Okay, there we go. Hey, have a good night, Holod. Glad you could be here for a majority of it. Surprised Pocket missed this week. Usually she's been on board with getting crits done. She's probably just busy. That's why she looks so empty. This is I got you. I don't know how to say the word. No problem. Trying to draw a hand with 36 pick. Do a square, fingy thumb. That's the length of the square. Or you do the rectangle, kind of square, and the thing, and the thumb. That's again length of the square. Or you do again length of the square, finger. Hand. This one's a 3/4. This one's like a side. This one's front. There you go. Got one for feet. Grabbing onto a bow. There you go. More like that, actually. Side, front. 3/4 turn, kind of. Oh yeah, Vorkson, I was supposed to give you feet tips. That's right. That's weird, but yeah. Circle. That. From the circle. From here, up, down. And then back here at the back of the circle, have like a little... And then cut into toes. Kind of round those out a little bit more. Foot. And then side angle. You draw a circle and then you make a triangle around the circle, like an isosceles triangle. And then you just add a cube. And then you add a little thing. And like a little whoop, that's the ball of the foot. And then the ball of the foot hits the actual ball of the foot. And then it turns into that. And then your ankle's there. But remember, if you're drawing the foot, be zoomed out. This is a big thing that everybody does anytime that they're like honing in on doing something. You gotta do all of this from a distance. Otherwise, you're gonna get like way too close to this and make it like disproportionate to everything else. If you're ever drawing like a hand and you're like, you should have the other hand in view if they're going to be like in the same-ish pose. That way you don't like muck up and make them like differently, like looking from each other. That's why both of these hands kind of look pretty similar, even though this is like a little more outstretched. It's okay. We're just trying to have everything in view. That's also why you see me like spend so much time in like the sketch phase again. I always talk about it. It's because I want to make sure everything in the sketch phase is as good as it's possibly going to get. So then I don't have to worry about it when it comes to the line art phase. Also, don't chicken scratch. Stop doing that. I know you're doing it. I can see you doing it. Stop it. It's a bad habit. Break it. Get out of it. Stop doing it. Yes, you. Knock it off. Someone at some point in the future will have a heart attack because of that. I have to be scary and like learn people's names without them knowing and then call them out by their name, but not call them out, like pretend it's not them. I've actually gotten better at not chicken. Good. Don't do it. You. Exactly. It's talking to you. Don't do it. Chicken scratching is when, if you follow me over here to this foot, is when somebody draws like this. Which on one hand looks cool, but people don't tend to have this much like line control. It's also bad for your wrist. Take care of your health, kids. Fuck you. What the fuck is the teacher's disease? I'm talking about like arthritis and shit. Your hands are very delicate. Be very cautious with them. Do not fuck with them too much. Sincerely, someone who did boxing for a few years. Don't do it. Don't fuck up your hands. They're important. Injury from repetitive motion. Okay. Then yes, actually, yeah, you're dead on. Yeah. A little bit of cultural learnage there, I guess. you draw 9 comic parts. Well, you draw 9 panels, and then you draw stick figures. Realizing a problem. Okay. I gotta draw her back first. Got it. Shut up, I'm good at my job. Who's texting me? Fuck it. Give me 1 second. I will be right back. Hey, a burger. Oh, okay. And I'm back. Sorry about that. Puck ordered food, and they gave her the wrong order. So they ended up giving it to me. Got Shake Shack, which is awesome, except they got, whoever this fucking person was, they got like a burger with like cheese, a fuck ton of cherry, like the cherry relish thingies, lettuce, which is gross, and then tomatoes, also gross. Try it. Oh, the tomatoes smell really bad. It's like a fuck ton of mayo on this too. I mean, it's not the worst thing I've ever eaten. I can't tell if it's me smelling the tomatoes that's giving it the tomato taste, or if it's the tomatoes that were on it giving it the tomato taste. I took off the tomatoes, obviously. It's actually not bad. Yeah. Oh. Oh wow, that's a lot. That's a lot of spice. That's a lot of spice very quickly. That's a quick amount of spice. Wow. Oh, that got worse. Oh, that got bad. Sorry, I know I'm demolishing this burger before I like continue drawing. No, I'm eating spicy food. Yep. Almost done. All right, we're good. The food has been demolished. Alright. Back to the game. You can. I don't know when I've ever stopped you from doing so, but okay.
We think back to our first memory, our first big adventure. It is almost as though there was a movie camera in our head recording every detail. But that's not the way it is, that's an illusion. What we're remembering is a memory of a memory of a memory of perhaps the real thing. We live in what may be a more peaceful, more civilized world than ever before. We have the opportunity to develop a new morality. And that
You know what? I want my thingamajigs. That's what I want right now.
our genes are a kind of archive of the remote past. They go through us.
This makes me think I want my Where's my thingamajigs? There they are. Hit us. Badger nose, yeah. The thingamajigs. Hit us with that slowdown. Yes. It is Anna music, hell yeah! Let's get our thingamajigs in here. And then we got the 6th goofball. And we got both of them. Dude, anime music goes fucking crazy. Slow down. Who knows? Who knows where they're off to? But God bless them. And Godspeed. What's the other one? There's another one that I like. Not the voltage one's pretty good. I think I don't get a choice. All right, yeah, we'll do voltage. Hit us with that beam. Give us the beam. Oh, the beam. The beam. The beam. The beam. The beam. Oh no, I can't play the beam. Oh no, I can't play the beam. They're yelling at me for playing the beam. Damn, I can't play the beam. Fuck. Here, we'll play this instead. They're yelling at me for playing the beam. Wait, there was something you were okay at for drawing? With the examples that you showed, I don't have anything to give you compliments on, really. But that doesn't mean you do anything wrong, it just means you don't do anything that stands out. Nor do you, like, demonstrate enough, like, knowledge or skills in what you showed me that, like, let me be like, oh, okay, you know what you're doing here. Not to be mean, but I put you at the skill level of, like, May from Turning Red. Yeah, we're not allowed the beam, so says YouTube. It's very rude of them, if you ask me. I might try to play the beam again without the beam on screen. If I do that, maybe it won't be as mad. We'll have to see. We have to like skirt by YouTube's algorithm or copyright notif thingy. That's the way you do it. Well, I think, wasn't Animusic supposed to be like its own program too? That like you could buy? But then something happened to it? How that would work, I don't fucking know, but that would be really cool. Because I know all of them are like accurate to actual musical stuff. All right, we're gonna try the beam again. We're gonna try the beam. If we back up. All right, let's see if we can play it before YouTube yells at me. Okay, let's see if it works. Or if YouTube will yell at me again. Playing the beam without the beam on screen. Send it, little man. Send it, beam. What's really interesting about listening to anime music anyways is like how archaic it kind of is. Like the tracks themselves sound so 80s. Mostly because it's synth, but like even the chord progressions and the instruments chosen are all very like 80s. When I think this technology came out in the 90s. Send it, little man. I did in fact see that badge. Good job. I'll have to like take a proper look at it. I assume you did it right. I presume you can read. Try turning Encyclave into a character. Ooh. Send it, little laser man. Send it. Sorry, my bad. And music is dead. I mean, that makes sense. Thank you, Uber. Oh, well, I gotta move that up a little bit. Deltagram, thank you for subscribing. Make sure that works again. Yes! Yes! There we go. It had the appropriate response, you know? Kind of need these to be like a little closer to each other. Actually, these shouldn't even be that big. It's more like it's inlaid to the sword. Hell yeah. There is apparently somebody who's done work similar to Animusic. I think the first one I ever saw was Resonant Chamber. This one. This one's pretty cool. Company was sold. Oh. For a second there, I thought this was Berserk. YouTube's mad at me. It's yelling at me. Let them yell. Okay, no, I do have that. Okay, we did, yeah. As much as I wish I could play more of that. Let's do this one instead. Good, it went away. As you should, Badger, as you should. No, I'm gonna start teaching again in just a second. Because this next part is kind of important. Because I mentioned it before when we first started that this is going to be her in like a static form. She's not like doing anything. She's not anywhere. So part of that comes down to adjusting her eyes as well. So her eyes are actually not going to have any highlights. Just the two-tone that her blue eyes have. So I'm not going to be adding any whites to them. Well, I'm going to add whites to her eyes, but not the white highlights I usually add. On top of that, I will not be adding any shading either. She will be as flat as possible. Just to show off as much of her design without any kind of muddying of where things are. Which may make her look kind of flat, but that's the point. Combine both of those and lower the opacity of that so you can see through it. And then same thing for her sword. Actually do both sides. And then this way, with this color, I can just split cross guard down the middle both times. Is there a way to do highlights and non-highlights? Okay. Just dive in here and do her hands. There, makes it easier. What does that mean, Anya? I don't like where her feet is. Weird way to say that, but I think everyone knows what I meant. think there's probably good. I think I'm gonna also bring this into my hair just to kind of match it. What I've already done. YouTube's yelling at me again. I gotta start playing something not so well known. I mean, you can, sure. Let's do this. This should hopefully get YouTube off my back for a minute. Not by 23, not by 23, by 3. Plot relevant. Get what was that? Do go on. Alright, I'm gonna take this. I'm gonna, like, move it. To there. Move it like, yeah, there.
Chaque éclat, son doux rire, dans chaque couleur, son sourire. Si nos pulsations jouent contre-temps, mon amour reste à temps.
I'd say that's good for now. Big stretch. Sha, sha, sha. All right. China has banned Spider-Man. So that's cool. Alright. I'm gonna take, I think, a solid break. Carl being forced to not wear shoes. Oh, okay. Hardest part for some reason is his feet. You know, the pose you want for this, but his feet are being difficult. I get you. Yeah, that's just more consistent. So if he's sitting, I assume you have him in like a crisscross pose. Something like this. And like cat that looks like an egg. Got her like this or something. Because I can see the issue arising that you're like putting his feet out like there. Which circle, little foot, little butt, toe and toe and toe. Toe and toe and toe. Probably something like that. He's like ripped up pants. Or a lowered head. Broader chest too. Oh. Right leg. Oh, bent so it's flat. So like this, and then the other one's like back here. And then he's got the egg. I would just say cheat. If you can get this foot right, just put it like that. And then something like that. Probably fan out his foot actually a little bit more like that. I've never drawn more feet than right now. That just gets to sit there forever. Yeah, go for it.
Orchid's just gonna get really good and show our feet. That'll be funny. Thank you, Anya. I'm gonna take a solid break though. This is more so perspective. You're turning the boxes and not the cow. Good. Might have fucked with your head. You might be getting too much into perspective than you realize. Let's see. Oh. Alright, I got you. Yeah, so... Shielding from an explosion, so a bit more leaning forward. The hips are more here. This leg raises up here and goes here. Do you see how I'm just doing like a half moon for the foot? Like I just kind of like fan it out like that from the nub of the leg, and then I just kind of go. Try that. Another part of rotating the cube and not the cow is being able to make everything into a cube. Because then you can apply as much detail as you want after you've made everything into a cube. The egg. Hands are only hard because they're like modular. They're like they change a lot. And then feet are weird because nobody really thinks about them. Don't rotate the cow, rotate the cube, I'm telling you.
love how 90% of my advice for people when it comes to drawing is just like getting better at foundation stuff. That's it. That's all I say. Feet are easy to make look like a pancake. What? You draw a ball. You draw like a trapezoid. And then you give it a little bit of detail. You give it like a little isosceles triangle. And you cut that shit up. You get your little pinky toe. You got your other toe. You got this toe, that toe. And then your big toe. You add like the tops of nails. And then you just that shit. And then you give it a little bit of this action in the back there. This is a little heel. And then you build up your everything else. The hell, guys. Feet no hard. Feet are actually pretty easy. Digigrade feet. You take this part and you make it longer. So you would take, there's that. And then you would say, all right, it's going to be down here. Take that triangle, you just extend how far out that goes. There you go. That's it. That's the magical thing. This is more shit that I learned in school, by the way. That's the magical thing about vertebrae in general. So if you look at like a human skeleton, for instance, right? Here I'll pull one up. If you look at a human skeleton, right? You're like, oh yeah, it's a human. You know, you can see all your toes, you can see your fingers, you can see your arms, yada yada. And then let's say, for instance, and for argument's sake, we pull up a rabbit skeleton. You get the same thing. You see, you know, the toes and all this stuff. But really, once you start breaking it down, you start to see similarities. Obviously the skull into the neck, but the neck is just longer. There's still a rib cage. There's still a pelvis. These legs, there's still a bend at them. They're still knee-like. And then once you get all the way down here, this is the length of the foot. This is the back of the heel. This is where the toes are. This is just that meat chunk of the foot that's now longer. Same thing here with the bunny arms, is that you see this is the shoulder, this is the shoulder blade, this is where, you know, our shoulder would be, this is where our elbow would be, this is where our wrist would be, and then these are their paws with their fingers. Same thing for us. And same thing with tails too, is that it's just an extension of the spine. That's all they are. So you just would extend the spine, which you can see in this has an S shape to it. It's got like a little shwoo. And see, even in the back here, you see this little tailbone bit. It's called a tailbone because it is our tailbone, but it's calcified, so it doesn't have the ability to move, so we don't have a tail. But that is where our tail bone would be if we did have one. Vertebrae are like the same across the board. Every single vertebrae has the exact same system. The only difference is how large or small certain things are. Which is why when I go back to doing these sorts of things, I always say, rotate the cube, not the cow, because it's easier to make a cow into a cube and then add detail than it is to take a cow and spin it around and figure out where all the details go when you haven't even mapped out where its placement is. Like, really, when you look at legs like this, all this is this is now the knee joint, this is now the foot joint, and then down here are the toes. That's the only difference between these kinds of legs versus a regular standing leg. Because this would be the knee joint. This is where that is. And then you have the ankle joint that's now here. That's all that is. But that's learning anatomy and knowing that like you can do shit like that in the first place, which is cool. Study, children. Study. Learn. As much as art is fun, it is also important to study and look at things. Where most of the great artists come from is by studying and looking at things. Most of the Renaissance was them studying and looking at things. Now there you go. There's your little tutorial for the day. Alright, I'm actually going to try and take a break. I'm going to try and save. I made sure I saved the first one, and then we'll come back to the headshots another time. For now, I think I'm going to play something for the rest of the stream. Let me just upload this really quick. Even just in between, like, the two, like, doing it 4 days ago and then doing it again today, you can really see the difference between the two. Alright. I'm gonna make a disgusting executive decision. Nobody wants, but screw you. I'm gonna play World of Warcraft. So let's do that. Let me hop over here so I don't give away any of my login information. We're gonna see if I can stay committed to playing WoW or not. We'll see. Doubt it. I doubt it. I doubt it. I doubt it. Right, but Midnight Early Access is live right now, so people are probably playing that. 3 days until midnight itself shows up. Oh, God, okay, yep. I may or may not have made a mistake. We may not be able to play. With Early Access. There might be a lot of people playing today. Alright, I'm gonna play my character, Sydney. Who's a level 25 warrior that I've been leveling up a little bit here and there. Everyone else is well leveled, except for the wolf character. And I've been running through Dragonflight because apparently they like want you to go through Dragonflight for like most of everything. Oh, did I close the donations tab? Oh. Ah, there we go. Better. Yeah, so I should be fine on the Dragon Isles at least. Oop. Discover the mystic. Oh wait, no, they should be out. Wait, I should be able to look at them. Hold on. Maybe. I just want to look at. Oh. They should be right here. The Haranar are like the new race that you can get. But I don't see them. Okay. Wonder how long until I see some. Alright, so I was doing stuff. Activate mysterious glyph. Retrieve time capsule. That's apparently what I'm doing. So we're off to go over there. They also did make some changes to dragon, well, not even dragon flying, but like flying in general. Where now the flying skills are just like skills. They don't have like a little like stamina meter anymore. At least from what I've been able to see. Let's see. Where does that want me to go? Up here's a quest. Oh, this one's to turn
How
in
can I
salt.
help?
That's right.
You are welcome here. Clear skies and safe journeys.
If it's maybe it's dead down. Yes. What am I doing? Activate the mysterious glyph. Okay. Retrieve time capsule. Okay. And someone over here wants my attention.
Good day
You?
to you.
Gift for
Hello.
Miguel, fiery
Hey
spirit.
there.
Oh, okay.
Safe travels.
Give one's
Need
heart.
something?
Now that we have the elemental essence gathered, do you think you could put them in this bottle? It's a simple recipe that you can craft the same way. You have the recipe. Craft a heart in a bottle, 3-star with any crafting profession.
Have a good one.
Sure. This bar indicates the expected quality of your crafted item. Prove this in a variety of ways, such as using higher quality reagents or increasing your skill. Okay.
How are you?
Have Miguel's gift. Wonderful. Oh, it looks amazing. Thank you. You know, making a high quality craft takes more than just your skill as a crafter and the quality of the reagents you use. It's also about the difficulty of the craft, concentration you spend, and how you specialize in your craft. Yes, I understand. I don't, but okay. Excellent. Now then, I know I've asked a lot of you already, but would you be so kind as to deliver this gift to Miguel? Seeing as you helped create it, it's only fair that you get to see the smile on his face. Just remember to tell him it's from me.
See you around.
Is he over here? What's over here? Oh, he is over here.
King's honor, friend.
Well met, warrior. What can I do for you?
Light be with you.
Here you go.
Need help?
Wow, this is so sweet. Oh, Thomas is just a darling. Okay. Look at this. So well crafted. Did you help with this? If so, thank you. 1,000 times thank you. Give Thomas my sincerest thanks, would you? Mind materials, skins and scales. Well, I am a miner, so... Okay.
What can I do for you?
Say, I heard from Heyfesta that you're a working artisan as well. I'd like to get you set up with some professional equipment free of charge. That's right, what's business partners are for, right? Talk to our tailor, Mara Treebender, to get fitted. Oh, I have to be level 70 for that shit. Waste of time. We'll pop our griffin and go this way. Oh, yeah, this guy. Hey, guy. Find myself oddly excited. Apparently, I'm looking forward to looking through the time capsule. How unexpected. Thank you, young one. You've given me a lot to think about. Seems like I put this in the time capsule. I don't think I have much use for it anymore. Maybe it's useful to you. Renowned. Okay. Stuff to customize my dragon with. That's pretty cool. And a bunch of ore, which is also pretty cool. Can I put this in here? I can. Turn 10 rousing fires into an awakened fire. Can I put these just like in there? I can. Makes my life a little easier. Inventory management, how fun. I have a gun. Okay. I guess I gotta go over here to this quest, because that's the only one available in this area. I mean, most of them... Continued Waygate exploration to... What the fuck? Looks like over there is the next spot I gotta go to. So I will. Oh yeah, it is. This is the next thing. Talon Strike. With your help, my Black Talon assassins will cut down the Dajaran, defending the outer perimeter. Mark any targets with a small stun bomb, and they will come to your aid. Proceed quickly and eliminate anything that may hinder our advance.
I have been expecting you.
And slay Modak, the Flame Spit, Piercer Gigra, and Ulfis the Molten.
Don't do anything I wouldn't do. Black Talon, the moment we have prepared for is at hand. To the Obsidian Citadel.
Okay. Off we go to go do a thing.
The Jaredin will fall before. Be careful, champion. These Jaredin are masters of flame and won't.
Oh, this is evil guy. I flew straight to one of the bosses. I love it. Got him.
Comes soon.
Oh, that's an elephant. Is Qualshi Ironskin supposed to be a guy I'm supposed to fight? Probably not. He just looks scary. Fine. Okay, they'll help me. That's pretty ideal. Oh god. I may have fucked up. Oh, I love that. One down. I mean, 2 down, technically. That guy's like naked. I have a talent point. I don't know. I'll increase my leech. Kind of wish I was just playing 14 at this rate. I have debated with myself, considering that people haven't, like, I know not everyone has played through 14 like I have, but I did debate, like, actually just trying to revisit like 14's story, just go through everything again while streaming. But also at the same time, I don't really feel like that would be entertaining for anybody, because I am in fact not a new player. And that tends to be the thing that people are drawn to, is when somebody new is playing the game. And also the last thing I need as well is for people to think that I'm new to 14 and be like, oh, did you know if you do this, you can do this? But then also, yeah, as bad, my other thing is, like, if I play through it, it makes it easier for everybody else to play with me. Because then I'm going through equivalent content. At the same time, I don't want to give up my character. I like my character too much. That guy was rough. Apparently my next guy is over here. Next snapper. Yikes. He's like in the building, I think. No, he's up top. He's up top. But yeah, it's been a few years since, well, obviously it's been like 10 years since I played A Realm Reborn, and I never really got to experience its like new story.
I will crush you to embers.
Voice acting, my favorite. Aren't even past level 40. That Vorkson, I don't care. Give me an excuse to play one of the tanks I haven't like leveled at all. Like Ratatouille. Mad because tall, jealous of tall. I will destroy them all. Oh, that guy looked cool though.
I will crush you to embers.
That is some great voice acting, bud. Look at this guy. I like his cape. It looks really cool. No, let me finish this quest. I have an idea. All right, so I'll divulge my idea right now. So my 14 sub lapsed a couple days ago. And oh, I'm gonna die. I refuse. I mean, I do have these guys to help. There we go. I will take the risk of getting a new sub, so I will sub for a month.
I need to get closer.
And utilizing that sub, I will start a playthrough of A Realm Reborn, or just like the game in general. I will only play Paladin, for the sake of not running between different ideas and doing different shit. Am I in combat? What's the fight? I'm no longer in combat. Okay. And then I will play through and do a dedicated, like 1 to 100 level thing. Yeah.
On your signal, champion.
I'll come back to this another time. I think we do that now. All right, give me 1 sec. Come over here. Do I have the money to do this is the question. I actually don't think I do. If I want to play smart, I don't think I have the money to do this. Oh my god. And the sucky thing is about 14 as well is that like you can't do the same thing that World of Warcraft lets you do, which is like lets you play like the free trial amount if you don't have a sub active. Which actually kind of blows because I would manage that. I'd be able to do that. Shit. Well, there goes that idea. That sucks. Anyways, I'll just boot back up World of Warcraft. It's an idea for another time. Idea for another time. Your puppy is a bit strapped for cash if it's not abundantly obvious. Oh boy. I mean, technically I have money. I have a lot of money, actually, but I can't touch it because I have to save it for next month's rent and also for bills this month. So I can't touch it, which kind of sucks. Like I could buy it, but that puts me at risk because on the 3rd of March I have to pay my credit card bill. Eesh. So let's hope your cat can make some money.
Look to the future.
And soon. Scene. Thought I killed the elephant. Rathian, you good, buddy? Rathian, buddy,
Who are you?
Who is it? I don't actually know.
Sibelian, heir of Neltharion. And you are?
Rathian, heir of Neltharion. And I've never heard of you.
What's happening to this camera?
Likewise.
What's happening to that camera? What the fuck?
We'll discuss this later.
Okay. Brothers, but not brothers, but brothers, but not brothers. Obsidian Citadel entered. I'm inside. Well, those are forces, so I shall kill them. Yeah, I guess so. Rathian has a quest.
I need to get closer.
I think we can kill this guy. If I just wait a second. Almost dead. Almost got it. There we go. I mean, that was an elite, so I wasn't technically supposed to fight it, but that's okay.
We meet again, champion.
Eliminate the 3 siege arbalists and champion
Don't do
Charok.
anything I wouldn't do.
I'm out of range.
Another one of these guys? I don't want to find another one of those. I'll fight the easier guys to kill. Oh, I think I'm supposed to hop on Rathian's back and then do a quest and like do like vehicle combat. I'm gonna see if I can't do this one first though.
I need a target. It's too far away.
I do feel really, really weak. You know, my paladin felt a lot stronger than my warrior does, but my paladin is also like 20 levels up. Let's do
It
this.
seems our fates are intertwined.
Maybe I can kill dudes while I'm on his back.
I know not from where you hail, friend, but I cannot fault such a timely arrival.
Outland. Were you expecting to defeat this entire army on your own, little brother? A bold move.
Apparently.
I need to get closer.
This is gonna go well. Surprisingly, it went okay. I was ready to eat shit there. And I did defeat all the guys I was supposed to, which is good.
You underestimate me. Perhaps you've been too long away?
Perhaps you bear more of our father's stubbornness than even you realize.
It sucks that Worgans can't be paladins, because I would absolutely roll a Worgen paladin. Especially in this expansion, which is like the paladin expansion. More than Legion was the fucking paladin expansion, because you got like Ashbringer. I have to go kill a big guy and do a thing. More brotherly banter. No. Okay. Thanks, Notharian. This goofball walks over. This guy.
I'm out of range.
Oh, he's like a little boss. He's got like boss mechanics.
I need to get closer. I'm out of range.
Where's Rathian? Oh, so this looks like it's another dungeon. There he is.
I have been expecting you.
Locate the obsidian oath stone.
Until next time.
Here? Rathian?
Do you trust
What is that oath
The
stone?
Oath Stone must be activated to restore the power of my dragonflight.
Hmm.
Something is wrong here.
This is
This
broken.
cannot be. The stone is cracked?
Yeah, the broken.
Father broke his oath, and with that the stone broke as well.
That's dumb. Stupid rock.
We must repair it. You stand before the
This is a setback, but with your help, I am sure we can repair the oath stone. Work with Byzantus. Make it so.
Don't do anything I will.
Yes, home slice.
Protect the Isles.
The oath stone is damaged. There are pieces missing. Do what you can to recover the fragments. Maybe there's a way to fix the stone. Recover 12 oath stone fragments.
These Jaredin have been looting the citadel. Perhaps they have taken the fragments. I shall assist you in the search.
Please, I would like to accompany you as well. It's too far. My knowledge of this citadel could be of much use.
Alright, we get a little hunting party. Cool, I'm okay with that.
I need a target. These vaults stretch for miles beneath the citadel. Many powerful weapons and artifacts were locked away here for safekeeping.
And now it seems the Jaredin are pillaging the vaults in hopes of expanding their power.
Well, it's a good thing I have them with me. They make the elites like a lot easier to fight. There's another stone over here. I also kind of wish I had a cool transmog. I'm just wearing like the basic beginner set that they give you. The way they changed like transmog makes it like way more expensive.
It seems these vaults have fallen into disarray.
If I were a Jaredin, I would not be in such a hurry to open that chamber.
Hey, we leveled up. Colossus Smash. I don't even know how to say that. I know AAA and AA. Who buys quadruple A? Is that even a thing? These guys should go down easy. Yeah, I wouldn't even know what those would look like. But your pen uses power. Your pen needs a power supply?
Those elementals. The very foundations of the Citadel are being animated against us.
No, I should have blocked the other ability, not the Stonefall. God damn it. Just need one more. I think. Oh, before I leave, there's a rare mob over here. I think that can help me kill it.
It's too far away.
Oh shit. Nope, I'm out. Nope, we're out, 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 running. We're out, we're out, we're out, we're out. Nope, 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 nope. That guy like almost two-tapped me. There's a big spider over there. It's kind of neat.
Can we avoid the goofball? Nope. The answer to that was nope. Okay, yeah, I did have to bring it back up here. I was like, I swear to God, if I gotta go back down there. Yeah. This looks like all the pieces. I believe we can repair this. Expedition Guard's girdle.
Serve well.
Repair the Earth Warders
Cool,
Forge.
forge lies nearby. We must work quickly. The area may not remain secure for long.
Do not fail me, Bezentus.
Something tells me it's going to require us to go into the dungeon. Yep, World of Warcraft. My sub to 14 ran out.
Let us begin. First, we must activate the forge. Next, we will require cinder shard coals to fuel the forge.
Of course we do.
Careful. I detect that some of the coal has been altered by Jaredin magic.
Of course it has. I think this is like the one part that I don't like about World of Warcraft, and it might be like a weird take on it, but it's like their method of catching you up is by having you play like this over-the-top world-saving story that is Dragonflight. And I kind of don't dig it.
Need to get closer.
I don't know. I have to agree with people that like really like World of Warcraft Classic, especially, where it is just like
Excellent. All will be ready.
it's a bit more like grounded. You know, it's.
Welcome to the Dragon Isles. Go.
You have all done quite well.
I don't know what the word is.
Let us get that forge working.
Yep. There you go. Get to work.
It seems only fitting that my flames secure my destiny.
Yep. No dungeon needed.
I will be denied no longer. Come, champion. Let us finish the repairs.
Dungeon? There's a dungeon here. There's a dungeon right there. Dungeon.
Is there something you wish to
Repair the
discuss?
obsidian oathstone. Okay, cutscene. It just explodes. All that work for nothing.
Sibelian? What is he doing?
I don't know, actually.
Be swift, champion. I must claim the throne now.
Oh, okay. Wait. Yeah, let's go. So I think Sibelian's gonna take the throne of the Black Dragonflight or some shit. Which is dumb because they just introduced him, and I think Rathian makes more sense, but okay. Sure, do whatever. Family drama.
Young Rathian, I owe you my thanks. Your help was invaluable in securing my rightful place on the Obsidian throne.
Oh, I
Hey, Mouse.
believe you're mistaken. This throne, this legacy, is my birthright.
No. The mistake is yours. I was anointed caretaker of this flight by Neltharion himself. So let me be clear. When all is said and done, I will be the aspect of the Black Dragon flight.
No, you won't.
Is that so? May the worthiest dragon win.
Are they gonna fight? Are they gonna fight? You need
The Isles have awakened.
cover from Neltharion. 12 Neltharion's notes, 3 Obsidian journals, and a research tome. Why does it sound like the fucking song? The Christmas song. You need a partridge and a pear tree at the end of that shit?
May the waters protect you.
Rathian, what's up, buddy? Sydney, for many years, we have worked together and achieved what many thought impossible. We fought to protect this world and safeguard its future. We have overcome the mightiest of foes time and time again. You have been an invaluable ally and friend. I need your allegiance now more than ever. In return, I promise you will share in the reward.
You stand before the black.
It's complicate matters, but I will see. Denied. Truly mine. Alright. Claimant to the throne. I have dedicated myself to saving Azeroth from destruction time and time again, and this fool thinks he can just swoop in and claim the title of Aspect? I think not. Talk to my people, Sydney. See what they have to say about me and what I have done for this world.
Azeroth faces many threats.
Yeah, what the hell? Like, I actually really like Rathian. He's one of the few, like, Dragonflights I actually know super well.
The prince is my priority.
What's the chance for a good fight?
You Rathion's able to make the hard choices. The ones that no one else will. All for the greater good.
Setting Garrosh free started a war.
Don't say that, Badger. I might actually go back to
Needed
Dragon.
that war to prepare for the Legion.
But I do not want to play through this bullshit again. I'm sick of doing this. What do you have to say? As Neltharion's heir and leader of the only surviving flight of black dragons, I was not expected to find myself in competition for my birthright. Nevertheless, if you need more than these self-evident facts, feel free to speak to the members of my flight. There's no need to take my word on the subject.
Mistakes were made.
Alright. Sure. We'll talk to your dudes. What's up,
Ours
Home
is
Slice?
a solemn burden.
A leader is like a finely forged sword. They must be balanced, strong, and of pure metal. Though I like Rathian, he is untempered. Sibelian has been forged in fire.
Have a good night, Badger.
I believe he is what we need in a leader.
You're wrong, though. What does this guy have to say?
Let us speak. Sibelian rallied us on Outland, not only saving us from death, but from the corruption that befell our kin. All the rest, the other flights, glory-starved mortals, even that pretentious prince, chose to murder the afflicted rather than aid us.
We serve once more. Where an aspect failed, Sibelian succeeded. Despite Deathwing's madness, despite the rage of the Gron, Sibelian and his kin survived, allowing us to achieve this moment. I never gave up hope. Despite some questionable methods, it is hard to deny Rathian's results.
Yeah, he's been around for a lot longer.
Tirelessly to protect all creatures of Azeroth from numerous threats.
I won't say that Sibelian, this random new guy that we've only just met 5 seconds ago, isn't like a good leader or anything. But I'll say through personal experience with Rathian, he's done way more.
I've been keeping an eye out. He does what needs to be done. Honor and glory didn't help defeat the Shah or rid
This is
the
also
world
true.
of mad dragons. Rathian did.
This is also true. Do I get the pick? I hope I get the pick. I'm gonna pick Rathian. He deserves it.
Is there something you wish to discuss?
With the Oath Stone empowered once more, we know we must now transport the future of our kind to the life pools. It is the right of every true dragonflight to have their eggs nurtured by its waters. Fortunately, our enemies will be watching the skies. Now we will have to reveal ourselves. We will have to make the final leg of the journey on foot to avoid their scrutiny. Meet me near the Obsidian Bulwark, warrior. As the Lifebinder's champion, you are welcome to join me in this. Escort the eggs to the life pools.
Wherever those eggs go, I go. You will not return them to Alexstrasza without me.
I thought we were supposed to be walking on foot. Also, where has he been for like 90% of this adventure?
Been too long
Ready to deport, warrior. This will be our rally point if we become separated. Fall back and regroup.
Mistakes were made. Stay close, champion. We cannot afford for anything to happen to the wagon or its contents.
Why are we taking this ridiculous contraption again? It's agonizingly slow.
Our enemies will be on the lookout for us, and we cannot risk an encounter while transporting the eggs. So we shall travel as mortals do to avoid their gaze. If saving the future of your kind bores you, you are free to leave. I would welcome the silence.
The horses will not move while the shield holds.
Okay.
Is this your idea of subtlety?
Quiet, whelp. I will risk no harm coming to the eggs.
I could assist our dear champion in defending the wagon, you know. There's no reason they have to do all the dirty work themselves.
And reveal ourselves to the enemy? Absolutely not. Stay in your seat.
The horses will not move while the shield holds.
I don't like this guy. Oh, he's talking mad smack to Rathian, who's been nothing but like helpful.
This is getting ridiculous. How many random encounters must we suffer before you realize your ruse has failed? Let us take wing and be done with it.
Oh, cease your fidgeting. If anything is putting us at risk of discovery, it is your childish impatience.
I cannot maintain this forever.
I'm doing all right. How you doing, Mouse? I'm just taking a nice break after a lot of art today. Even with all our distractions in between, we got a good chunk done.
Finally. I was worried the eggs would hatch before reaching the life pools.
Titans, give me patience.
You know, I really don't dislike Rathian. You know what? I'm totally on his side.
Your kind is today, puppets.
Yeah? Guys?
Is this the leadership you offer our people? Perhaps the others will see reason now.
Whelps these days. Meet me at the life pools proper, champion. This is far from over.
Kinda suck, dude.
Come now. Speak.
You have served admirably, okay?
Can I trust
I understand that you're concerned, warrior, but all will be rectified shortly, as it seems that we are about to have company. Feel free to stay and witness what transpires. It could be quite cathartic. Do speak with our egg tender when you have a moment, though. She will no doubt need support.
My return was absolutely crucial.
What is the meaning of this, Sibelian? Where are the eggs?
Yes, why don't you explain how your ridiculous plan destroyed the future of an entire flight?
I apologize for any misunderstandings, Lifebinder, but any report of our extinction is premature. The eggs were never in danger. The cart and my presence were merely to draw the attention of our foes and allow my clutch to move unobserved. I have spent millennia rebuilding my flight. As Neltharian's heir, I pledge it and myself to you.
What are you...
These eggs are most welcome here, Sibelian. But your part in your father's twisted legacy has earned you no
Yes!
I will ensure the eggs are cared for, but I will not be involved in your bickering. That is for the black, not the red, to decide.
Yes! Fuck you, dude. And it's like, haha. No, you know what he did? He did a fucking, like, Prime Minister Holdo thing. Do you guys remember in Star Wars? I don't know why I'm, like, hiccuping over here. Do you guys remember in Star Wars where, like, Holdo is like, no, Poe, you clearly don't understand the importance of what's going on, and you're stupid and dumb, and we're just gonna keep sending people to die, and the whole time you're gonna be like, hey, I don't think it's a cool thing for people to keep dying. Maybe people shouldn't keep dying. And then the whole time she's like, no, this is the right thing to do, only for her and everyone else to turn around and be like, but Poe, if you had listened and been a good boy and not asked reasonable questions about murder, you would have seen that she was actually saving everyone by killing everyone. That shit was stupid. That shit was really dumb. That was the most, like, obnoxious shit I think I've ever seen. And I think that was, like, one of the like, early not dog whistles, but, like, early showcases of bad writing being attributed to woman with like purple hair, and then that being used as like fire to like hate women or whatever, because that shit was dumb. I can scarcely believe it. Eggs of the black dragonfly after all this time, but look at the state of this place. We'll not do it all. Nothing is too good for these eggs, though. Those two blowhards squabbling like children for the Lifebinder's favor. You can bet they have not spared a thought for us. You, though, will you not leave an old tender alone, will you? Yeah, I could do that.
To see the eggs return.
It's so stupid. It's so dumb. I have to pull the weeds. And sweet fallen leaves. But I hate when they do that, when it's like, actually, I'm doing this as like a thing so that you don't have to worry about it. I don't know, it's just like, hey, aren't we all on the same side? Why aren't we like discussing what's going on? Why are you tricking even us? Why can't we all just be in on it?
Have you brought good tidings?
Soon the life pools will be full once again. Thank you for your part in this, Sydney. It means more than I can ever hope to express. Go find the life binder by the oath stone. Tell her that we are ready for the eggs.
I long to see the eggs return.
Why does this guy have like a big speech bubble above his head?
The Shrine Guard protect.
Welcome back to the Ruby Life Shrine. Champion, many like Sendrax have sacrificed their lives to safeguard this place. Its contents from the Primalists. They will be remembered. Why don't you put down your sword? You're safe in the Life Shrine.
Dismissed.
Walk with me. I will not. I'm going over here. Stone broil battle. Do not care.
Embrace hope.
Be life gift.
From pain we draw strength.
Banner toys. You have my thanks, warrior, and my condolences for having to deal with those two for as long as you did. The red dragonflight is charged with the preservation and nurturing of all dragons, even those we may tire of at times. While the return of the black dragonflight's eggs, dragonkind is united, as it has not been in thousands of years. I believe that is what will restore our ruby oath stone. Speak with me when you are ready to bring the eggs to the obsidian life pool.
Treasure the gift.
I am ready. We can do this.
At long last, our absent young are once more among us, so that they can be raised together with all the flights. Though these life pools were once bereft of eggs, they now contain our future. Truly, the calling of my flight has been fulfilled.
I will see that these eggs are protected and loved.
Have a good night, Monacle. Don't you worry. We're about to wrap up anyways. It's pretty late.
Strong and wise.
Ooh. Bubble. 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 Bubbles. So that's a twofer, right?
All life is worth.
The life pools are filled once more, in no small part thanks to you. With our purpose fulfilled, our oathstone shine once more as a symbol of our calling.
The balance must be maintained.
Yay! The green dragonflight requires your aid now, hero. My sister's daughter and her flight have entered the Emerald Dream in an attempt to empower their own oathstone, but we have heard nothing since their slumber began. Seek out the centaur that rule over the Aran plains. You may well need their connection to the land and its spirits if you are to rouse the greens. They are proud and territorial people who do not suffer insult lightly. Speak with our ambassador, and he will prepare you.
The red 2 of the Oathstones have been renewed.
Out of 5.
3 more are needed if we are to have any hope of reclaiming our aspectral power and stopping Razagath.
Alright, that's good for there. And as I said, we are actually going to wrap up here. I think we got a bunch of stuff done today. We did a good job. I think so anyways. Tomorrow, my stream deck should be arriving in the morning, which will be pretty cool. And I'll have to play around with it and figure out how that works. And get that set up so that we can have more emotes of me and more things for me to do, which will be pretty fucking cool. Yeah. And can't think of anything else that I really need to talk about or say. Tomorrow is probably either I'll work on the heads tomorrow for Alyce's art, or we'll play something. One of the two. I don't know which I'm feeling just yet, but we'll figure it out when we get there. But once again, thank you guys for being here today. I appreciate it. I'm glad we had a really good turnout for stream today, which is really nice. And I hope you guys have a good rest of your night, and I'll see you tomorrow.
Empathetic, attractive, connected.